Rightio, here we are. Right, give me just one moment here. I'm sorting out some stuff, my viewing stuff on my second monitor. Right, so last time we were here, we were doing animation for the previous scene. Just finishing up the last little bits. I have now rendered that, so hopefully it's worked well enough. I think this is it. Yes, this is it. Alright, I've not actually watched this back yet, so I don't know if it's actually good or not. We'll find out together.
Perhaps Fluttershy would have been more agreeable if I'd bought her a dinner or two earlier in the year. But it's too late now! Oh, I only have half a day to come up with the rest of the money, but I've asked every pony in town! Hey there! I know we've only just met, but I believe in love at first sight. Let's get married. Wait, do I know you?
Maybe. My name's Pastilles. I'm the tax auditor. What was that you just asked me?
For the last time! You have a job! You work at Sugar Cube Corner! You've got to pay tax on your earnings!
Nope, silly Twilight. I work for the cakes for free. In return, they give me free lodgings and food, and give me money from a set budget for all the things I want to buy.
Ugh, that's the same as having an income. How can you not see that? Twilight! Leave her alone! She said she ain't got a job! Yes, Twilight. Did you not hear what she said? Now just sign her tax forms as an official witness. I am not signing any form to claim Pinkie Pie is unemployed when she clearly isn't. Don't ask me to abuse my position as a student of Princess Celestia in light of the tax pony for you.
It's not lying. It's true.
Ugh. Technicalities! Princess Celestia believes strongly in ponies helping each other and doing their duty. And that includes paying taxes. She would be ashamed of you all, and I am not getting roped.
Hello? OBS, are you... Okay, you say you're streaming again. Is YouTube actually receiving anything? Maybe? YouTube latency setting? I don't think that has anything to do with it. No, I'm looking at my OBS. Whoops, wrong button. OBS, where'd you go? Fuck. Yes, here. So the OBS thing, it shows down here red sometimes, and that means that it's not sending your data. And for some reason, that just sometimes doesn't work. And I don't know if it's an OBS issue or an internet issue. It doesn't make any sense. Apparently, lots of people are complaining about new updates the past month. Okay. Tell you what, it seems to be working now. So what I'll do, I'll just play the last segment again. As in, everything that came after everything we've already seen.
You have a job! You work at Sugar Cube Corner! You've got to pay tax on your earnings!
Nope, silly Twilight. I work for the cakes for free. In return, they give me free lodgings and food, and give me money from a set budget for all the things I want to buy.
Ugh, that's the same as having an income. How can you not see that? Twilight! Leave her alone! She said she ain't got a job! Yes, Twilight. Did you not hear what she said? Now just sign her tax forms as an official witness. I am not signing any form to claim Pinkie Pie is unemployed when she clearly isn't. Don't ask me to abuse my position as a student of Princess Celestia in light of the tax pony for you.
It's not lying.
Looks like it's gone again. Oh my god.
Technicalities! Princess Celestia believes strongly in ponies helping each other and doing their duty. And that includes paying taxes. She would be ashamed of you all, and I am not getting roped into any of your scams! And furthermore... He's here! He's here! The tax pony's here!
Behind the fence!
Where's the paperwork?
The horror! The horror!
I thought that I could make a start a bit early, if any pony was actually ready with their tax return. But apparently not.
Well, in that case, it's once again up to me to be a moral exemplar.
Okay. So I think it had another little stutter while I was playing it. So, I mean, OBS came back, or the internet, I don't know. It came back for just long enough for me to have enough confidence that it had come back, and then died again partway through, and now appears to be working again. Okay, I'll just have to keep monitoring that as we go. So, Gothic, I'll put the chat up here now. So, in Task Manager, force OBS to be on high priority. I've done that. It didn't appear to help in the little wavering connection that I just had. So, I don't know. Anyway, with the video that I just showed, everything mostly looks okay. I noticed two issues. There's one moment where Applejack's shadow goes a little bit weird. Not overly noticeable, if you don't know what to look for, but I did notice it. And second, the screaming felt a little bit quiet. So, it's not a big enough issue for me to go and fix it now, so I won't. What I'll do instead is show you what I've been doing for the past couple days. Yes, over this weekend. And I think that would be, yes, that would be this one. This is the next scene, and this text is a reminder to myself of what I'm supposed to be doing. Install Process Hack 2, a task manager, but better, set the internet priority to high. See, it's never been an issue before, that's the thing. That's the thing that confuses me. So yeah, I don't know what it is. So I say I'm just going to monitor it and hopefully it sorts itself out. Anyway, this is the next scene. I've done almost everything for it. It's a fairly short one. Only happen when I'm playing videos. Maybe it doesn't like me doing, yeah, maybe it's receiving more video data at that point and it can't handle it. Do I need to up my bitrate? Is that the thing? Let me have a look. Settings. Stream. No. Okay, so I've got my video bitrate set to 5,000. It's apparently happening now. Yeah, it's happening now. Oh, for God's sake. How about now? How about now? What is going on? Right, I've upped my video bitrate. Apparently it's sending data with a poor connection. Oh, for crying out loud. Oh, fuck you. Alright, does the rest of my internet work? Is it only uploading that's blocked? Yeah, that's fine. Right, I'm gonna do internet speed test. Run a speed test. Because I know that my internet is capable of this. Though it is running slower. My typical speed is 50 down. I'm getting about 30 right now. And the upload, it's showing about 15. Yeah. I don't know if everyone else in the house right now is just hogging the Wi-Fi or something, but we do have pretty fast broadband where I am, so it shouldn't be that bad. Is it working now? Is it working now? Yes, it's apparently working now. So I've got the green thing, and it was showing sending data even with 10,000 or 10k bits. So I don't think it's the bitrate that's the issue. I think it's just the general internet connection. Specifically routing stuff to YouTube through OBS, because everything else, I just tested a bunch of random stuff, internet-related stuff, on my other monitor, and it seemed to be working fine. So it's something specific to either OBS or streaming to YouTube, I'm not sure what. Let me see if I can... Alright, let's test the theory of it's me forcing it to do too much, like it can't handle playing a rendered video, which it should be able to do, in all honesty. Like, there is no reason why it wouldn't. Fucking hell. Right, I'm going to try playing the video again, and we'll see what it does.
You work at for the last time! You have a job! You work at Sugar Cube Corner! You've gotta pay tax on your earnings!
Nope, silly Twilight. I work for the cakes for free. In return, they give me free lodgings and food, and give me money from a set budget for all the things I want to buy.
Ugh, that's the same as having an income. How can you not see that? Twilight! Leave her alone! She said she ain't got a job! Yes, Twilight. Did you not hear what she said? Now just sign her tax forms as an official witness. I am not signing any form to claim Pinkie Pie is unemployed when she clearly isn't. Don't ask me to abuse my position as a student of Princess Celestia and lie to the tax pony for you.
It's not lying. It's true.
Ugh, technicalities! Princess Celestia believes strongly in ponies helping each other and doing their duty. And that includes paying taxes. She would be ashamed of you all, and I am not getting roped into any of your scams. And furthermore... He's here! He's here! The tax pony's here!
I have the bid.
You're in the paperwork!
The horror. The horror.
I thought that I could make a start a bit early, if any pony was actually ready with their tax return. But apparently not.
Well, in that case, it's once again up to me to be a moral exemplar.
Okay, OBS stayed green all the way throughout that. So, since then I changed the bitrate from 5k to 10k. Maybe that's helped it? Or maybe OBS is just... Oh no, it's gone red again. Don't you fucking dare. What are you doing? Okay, it's yellow. It's green, it's green. Oh, for crying out loud. What are you doing? Tweaking OBS? Yes. So... less tweaking, more just shouting at it until the internet works. Seems fine for you? Okay. I think I'll just have to assume that everything's fine, barring the occasional little hiccup. I mean, is it all coming through loud and clear? Everything's coming through in proper quality? Yes? Just give me a yes or no. Meanwhile, I'll just take a look. I don't think there's anything else I can reasonably change in OBS right now. Gothic says yes. Okay. Right then. In that case, I'll just assume everything's fine. At least for now. Over the weekend, I made this. Hopefully it'll play smoothly.
Oh, come on, Dash! You've been in tougher situations than this! There's gotta be something you can do!
Hi, Rainbow Dash. I heard you were going around asking ponies a certain question.
Yeah, but no. Don't be silly, Scootaloo. Besides, you're too young.
Hey!
Here's an idea.
Yeah, so this is the next scene. It's just under a minute long. And what we're doing here is setting up what happens in the next scene in the library. So, what Rainbow's problem is that she is now well and truly run out of ponies to ask to marry for her tax relief. And now the tax pony's here, and everything's about to go horribly wrong. But Scootaloo hears of Rainbow Dash asking everyone about getting married. And of course, I'm sure she'd be very happy to be married to Rainbow Dash. But even Rainbow Dash sees that that's not going to work. And, as Gothic has correctly predicted, Rainbow Dash will adopt Scootaloo to get a tax exemption for having dependents. That's what her idea is.
Here's an idea.
So I've got... all the animation is essentially done, as in I've picked out all of the poses and such that I want. And I've done the bobbing, talking animations. So things I need to do are shadows on the ponies and the flying animation on Rainbow. As in just idly bobbing up and down when she's not speaking, just so she's not static in the air. And also, this is where I need your help a little bit, chat. Anything else to go in the background? Because right now, I've got one thing here. I mean, I've got a bridge here, so I figured I may as well use it. I've got Applejack hastily retreating to Sweet Apple Acres with a big wagon full of money. But if there's anything else you think could work here? I did want to try and have Scootaloo present Rainbow Dash with the bouquet of flowers from earlier, like the one that Derpy took a bite out of. But I couldn't find a reasonably good way of having her hold it with the poses that I've got. So I don't think I'll do that unless something drastic changes, or if there's any amazingly good suggestions for how Scootaloo can somehow have the flowers. How many Dash adoptive mother has Scootaloo fix out there? Probably quite a lot. Okay. So, if you have any suggestions for anything that can be going on in the background, please do post them. Otherwise, I'm just going to do some miscellaneous animation stuff. And yeah, so according to Synthbot, he posted in the thread he would join in about an hour, and he posted that about 20 minutes ago. So at the top of next hour, so 8 o'clock my time, I will aim to have him and Gothic on chat here, so we can do some panel planning stuff. Anon in the background, I don't think I want to include Anon in this one. So I'm wanting to keep this as close to the style of the actual show as possible, so having Anon in the background would break that. Derpy in the background with some flower stuff. We've already had one background instant of Derpy, and I think it would be inauthentic to the show to have more than one. Because, you know, it's a rare occurrence seeing Derpy, it should be special. But if there's any other good suggestions, I don't know. What else could be going? I mean, in the previous scenes I did have just some background ponies milling about around here, but the issue with this scene is, in order for it to make sense against this background, they would have to be quite far away, at which point you'd lose basically all the detail. And there's really no point at that point. I mean, anything that's going to be smaller than Applejack isn't really worth doing, because they'll be so small that you'll lose any and all detail. I don't know. I don't have any ideas as of right now. So what I shall be doing is just anything else that can be done. I don't think I'll do a shadow for Rainbow here. Glimmer is a commie. Yeah, but remember, this is pre-Princess Twilight. Twilight isn't a princess, therefore Glimmer hasn't happened yet, therefore no Glimmer. Also, I don't really like Glimmer, so no Glimmer. So disregard anything that happened after Season 2. And even then, a Canterlot wedding is questionable. Okay, so if I were to do a shadow for Rainbow Dash, she's behind this building, so the shadow would probably actually be over the crest of this little hill here. So I'm not going to bother doing a shadow for her here. I'm going to need to add 2 layers here, because there's going to be 2 levels of shadow, one for Rainbow, one for Scootaloo. There aren't any other characters in this scene that require anything like that. Alright, just let me import a little shadow disk then, and we'll get to work. I'll also stick some music on. Okay. Alright, so this is all going to be very boring. I won't lie, I'm just moving shadows around. Right. Probably about there. I need to think about where Scootaloo is in the next scene, actually, because Rainbow is going to land slightly behind Scootaloo. So really, her shadow needs to be above just this general line here. That's where I need to place it. Which I already kind of am, actually, I think. Yeah, I already kind of am. Might be a bit too much. Also, there aren't very many good assets for Cherry Berry's Bloom. My god, this is getting loud. So yeah, I did previously try to have Cherry Berry's balloon, but I wasn't able to find a good asset of her balloon. Also, yeah, as you say, maybe a bit too complex. Also, preferably something that's got something to do with money would be nice, but not essential. Okay, let's do this shadow stuff. Let's actually get something done, shall we? Right. So the moment Rainbow Dash stops moving, which is here. That should be a little bit bigger here, since Rainbow's closer to the ground. Right, how's that? It needs to move back a little bit more. I'd say that's probably just a little more. How's this? Actually, I don't really need to do anything there. Something with Filthy Rich. It again comes down to an issue of available assets. And for Filthy Rich, there isn't very much. I mean, what you saw in the previous scene, where Filthy Rich mentioned buying cider from Applejack, the two poses that he did there, like one sort of walking and one just sort of standing there, that's basically all I have. I may run up to the bushes, flip them over for a pile of money. Oh, okay. See, I've already got Applejack running in the background with her money. But, I don't know, what else could I do? Like, other ways that ponies could be running, trying to hide their money. As you say, the animation would be hard, but I'm sure I could find something for tossing money. I just think it's going to be a little too complex. Would also... We also have to remember that this animated scene here is like 40 seconds long. And this... Actually, the window in which we would have... So if anything's going to happen, it's going to happen after we zoom out, probably. Which means we have a window of about 20 seconds for something to happen. So any ideas also need to be short. I'm standing there and then disappear behind AJ's car as he passed. No. I don't want, like, glitchy jokes in something that's supposed to be at least somewhat serious in this. So when I say background elements, I guess what I'm more looking for is some static things that could go in the background. Oh yes, I love this song. I'm gonna turn that up. Right, I'm gonna play this, and I'm just gonna bash out the shadow. Music is the best motivator. Be the party be the Right.
I've been told my whole life what to do, what to say. No pony showed me that there might be some better way. And now I feel like I'm lost. I
I'll do Scootaloo's Shadow later. Only Rainbow for now. That's the end of that, I guess. Alright, I'll finish Dash's Shadow. We're not too far away, and then I'll come back to the chat and take a look at what you've come up with. Why have you stopped playing music? Play me more music, please. This playlist is really... No, I don't want Dust Bowl. Nothing to do with TF2 right now. What the hell? It's just looping the same fucking videos again and again. I keep pressing the next button. It just loops back. This is... I don't get it. Right, I'll just do this manually. Right. Hello, Aya. Should be Rainbow's Shadows all done. Right, let me take a look at your suggestions then. So this is where we were. A big cloud of fighting mares rolling through. That sounds like it'd be a pain in the ass to animate. That would be to edit, or where the original file even is. Target no princess stuff. No. Head of mare pop out of the tree. Okay. Could do something with the trees. I don't know how much detail I would lose, but I could have a Pegasus, like just a Pegasus, fly into the tree with a pile of money and then fly out the other side without the pile of money. You're doing something on Friday. You need to do research into heist movies. I think a mushroom cloud is a bit too extreme. Also, I'd have to animate that. I don't know how I would animate a mushroom cloud, but it would take a long time, I think. I don't know anything about... I don't really watch many movies. I mean, my knowledge of heists is basically like the Joker's bank heist at the opening to The Dark Knight, was it? I think it was. So yeah. And the water, yes. I was something thinking about the river. So basically the same idea as the Pegasus flying into the tree, but instead the water. Thing is, I would have to animate a water splash. And again, that's animating. Something that I've not learned how to animate anything other than vector images moving around on screen. And I wouldn't know how to animate a water splash aside from just drawing everything frame by frame. And I don't think that's something I want to be doing. Italian Job. I watched the Italian Job years... I mean, probably even at least a decade ago. Like, ages. How long's the Italian Job been a thing? It's a very old film, isn't it? Anyway, so out of all of those, I think the idea I like the best so far is a Pegasus flying into a tree and hiding a bag of bits. The issue is, it would probably be best for it to be this tree, but Rainbow's covering it most of the time. And this tree is kind of obscured by the town hall a little bit. No need to animate water, cut the bush, have Mare jump behind it, and put the sound of water. I mean, I could have her, a Mare, come up to here and drop a bag behind the bush and just make a slight splash sound, just to imply, I guess. Lots of options. Alright. Tell you what then. I'm not going to get any of that done today. That's all just throwing options out. I mean, I don't have enough time to properly animate anything. So what I'll do is I'll do Scootaloo's Shadow, and that'll probably be about as much quote-unquote animating that I can do today before 8 o'clock, the time that panel stuff is supposed to start happening. Alright. Just one sec. I just need to pop up for 1 minute. Just 1 minute. What about when Rainbow Dash is on the ground? So the issue with that is the time window we have for the animation to actually happen. Because when Rainbow's on the ground... So from here, so this will be our window.
Here's an idea.
It might just be doable, but it would be rushed. Yeah, I did want to have something to do with Mayor Mare. But again, assets. I'll have to double check, but I'm pretty sure there aren't that many things available for Mayor Mare. I will double check for Mayor Mare, but I don't think there's actually much available for it. Just lack of assets is something that's really, really limiting. I don't know if it's possible to use Adobe Animate or something just to create new ponies, or new poses for existing ponies. That would be something that would be very nice to do for stuff like this. Might have to ask Synthbot about that when he shows up. Looks fairly reasonable. I think it globally needs to move down a bit, actually. Ah, okay. Some of these pictures of Scootaloo already have a shadow on them. I'm gonna need to go and sort those out. Alright, I'm just gonna open the originals of these in GIMP and get rid of the shadow. Nice and easy. Already done. Export. Place. Go. Yeah, same deal with this one. Done. Four 3261. 43261. What's wrong? I'm editing Scoodly, not the shadow.
Day one, war's begun. Come on, Johnny, get your gun. After camp, we learned to shoot. Boy, my helmet sure looks cute. March out, rendezvous. Hey, I'm speaking fancy too. Agent Orange, just wait and see. Apple tanks are all we need. Come on now. We're just getting started. Day two, lots to do. Rarity is working too.
Yeah, I think that's it. Yep.
So far, it's a breeze. Some civilian casualties. Hit your mark, a fatal blow. Grab your partner, go Sado.
Looks pretty good.
Play it, son.
Alright. So, I'm just gonna reduce the volume of this a little bit. So, maybe this tree for a Pegasus doing some money stuff. I'm just gonna have a very quick look at Doctor. Mayor. Let me see. So we've got this. We've got just walking, kind of looking in an odd direction. We've got these, which might work if she's holding like a briefcase. There's two. What I really need is one of her running. That's... None of her running. That's the thing. Animation assets. Let me take a look at those. I'm sure there's some Maya in here. Whether or not it's what we need, I don't know. That's it. That's all we've got. Okay, are there any other ponies out there that have the same hairstyle as Maya Mare? I think hers is quite unique. Because what I would be looking to do instead would be to just recolor a pony that has the same hairstyle as her. And does have the right poses. I mean, that's what Past Dues is. Past Dues is just a recolor of Nightlight. Yeah, because it would be a bit of effort, but I could have Mare come emerging from here looking nervous. I would like to have her coming out the door, but one, I'd have to animate the door opening, and two, this is actually the boundary of the background image I have. It doesn't actually extend further than this, so I can't pan it any further to the left to include more of the door, because it literally does not exist. Yeah. Because if there's nothing else with her mane, then it's going to be difficult to find any ponies to recolor. Because all ponies have basically the same body shape, with very few exceptions. It's mainly hairstyles that make them visually unique, and colours, of course. Alright. Might have to shelve Mayhem for now. One other thing I need to think about is how this transitions into the next scene. And since it's a very short thing, I don't really want it to fade to black. I'd like it to do something similar to what we did with the previous video, where we zoomed in to quote-unquote Ponyville and then cross-faded into Twilight yelling at Pinkie. The next scene takes place in the library. And I do have some good assets for the inside of the library. I'll show you those, actually. Give me one moment. So these are ripped directly from the animation assets. So I've got this with a blackboard. And I've got one without a blackboard, a wider shot. I'm not sure which one I'll use. I mean, this one has more stuff going on, I think, but it's got less usable space. This has more usable space, but less going. It also has the horse head thing, which is nice, but it does take up quite a lot of room. So, the setup for this next scene is that the Treebury has been converted into, like, a temporary tax office. And there's going to be a line of ponies queuing up to do their taxes. So some way to change scene to the outside of the Treebury, where we can then zoom in on the door to change to something. Oh yeah, this is what you would have instead of the door if the door was open. I've got that just in case. And then we can zoom in and crossfade into this. But what I'm thinking of is how to get to this stage. Like how to get to looking at the library from outside, with a line of ponies outside. That I'm not quite sure of yet. Like how I get from here to the Treebury without doing a fade to black. Anyone happen to have any ideas? Oh god, is my internet dying again? OBS is yellow. Oh, fuck you. Stop dying, internet. Is there any dialogue outside the Treebury? There is no dialogue outside the Treebury. So no dialogue actually happens there. So going into... where is it? Going into this will be just to establish two things. One, that this is now a tax office, like it's been temporarily changed into a tax office, and there's a line of ponies outside waiting to do their taxes. So I'm thinking I might use this one as well. You see, it's a difficult choice which one of these to use for the interior. This one has a blackboard, and on that I can write Monetary and Revenue Enforcement Service. And I can have like a big pile of money or something behind here. as past users doing the taxes and such. And there's a nice open space here for stuff to happen. I also like this decoration on the ceiling. This one doesn't have that. In fact, it's glaringly lacking. And this takes up a lot of space in the middle, so it feels... There's more space, but it feels more empty, despite having this in here that's taking up loads of space. So, unless I can find something better, which I haven't been able to yet, and I don't think I will, this is probably what I'll use. And that's fine. So, getting from here, easy. I will replace this image on top of the door, and have the door be open. I'm sure there's a picture of the door I can get of it being a little bit open. And then I can just zoom in on the door and crossfade into this. That's easy enough. But getting out here from here, that's where I'm currently stuck. Zoom into, then cut out of the sky? Do we have sky in this? So in this particular image, we don't, but in the other one, could zoom like this. That's the only way that zooming in on the sky would work. Maybe have Rainbow Dash and Scootaloo chat in the line. No. I'm not doing that because it's supposed to be like a surprise, or surprise. It's going to be a surprise for anyone who hasn't already immediately guessed it, like you have. Because what happens next, after this, is that Rainbow Dash at some point barges into the library, going, "Yes, I have solved my tax issues. Here is my new adopted daughter." She then has her tax form signed off, and then she goes, "Well, that's all that sorted," and then makes to leave, and then Scootaloo calls her mommy, and then Rainbow Dash suddenly realizes the grave mistake she's just made. Like she didn't think through everything she was signing up for. What about between bees and tree? I think that's going to be too little space. No, not this image. Do you mean here or here? Probably you mean here. There's more space there. But, and again, we're not really coming in from the sky by doing that, are we? We need to be coming in from on high if we're zooming up and then zooming out again. It's dead. Is the stream dead? I'm showing good on my end. What else can we possibly do? So, it was chunky a minute ago, now it's back to normal. Alright. So I think the best idea so far is to zoom in on the top corner here and go into the sky, quote unquote, and then zoom out again, and then we're at the library. Yeah. It feels a bit clunky, I think. You're thinking that zoom, to make it so the zoom in and out is more happening in the middle of the images? So you would zoom in on these bits instead? Well, then we've got the clouds getting in our way. Because if we're going to do the zooming, it would be better if there's nothing, if like it's just sky, no clouds. And going down here isn't really going into the sky. I'd like it to go up if we're going to be doing that. If I zoom top right, and then zoom out on the top left, I don't know if there's enough space to do that on the other image. Like if it makes sense to do it that way. Zoom out like this. Perhaps. I could fade to blue. Well, if I'm doing it this way, if I do go with the sky idea, the way that I'm thinking I would do it, I would zoom in on the top right here until it's just completely this blue, and then I would crossfade to the other one, which will be a very similar but slightly different blue. So we've now crossfaded to this blue, and then we zoom out to this. But to me, doing a fade to blue like this is functionally no different to doing a fade to black. Well, I don't have any better ideas other than zooming in on the sky right now. Zoom in and fade to blue, and then fade out of blue to zoom out. I don't see the benefit of adding an extra blue in there. Because, hang on, let me actually put it in Blender so we can see what it actually looks like. Because so far it's been a very qualitative description. So, nothing's happening here. Actually, what I would need to do... I'd need to render this as an image, so I can actually zoom in on it, without having to do anything else. One sec. Right, render this image, please. Synthbot is ready? Okay. I will shelve this for now, then. We'll come back to it. Okay. Give me just one moment. I need to sort out some stuff. Get everyone. Gothic, are you good to go? I'm going to assume yes. Alright. Give me one moment, then. I just need to go and sort some stuff out. Okay, we should be here. Everyone say hello.
Hey everyone.
Hey there.
Hello, hello. Right, I'm just gonna quickly make a post in the thread saying that we're here.
Oh wow, there's like 15-20 seconds of like delay between me saying stuff and hearing it.
Yeah, you might want to mute the slide.
Yeah, I'm meeting right now.
Okay, panel discussion happening now. We'll post updates and or notes. From discussion later for anyone who missed it. Okay. That should be good enough. And I'll put the site link in that as well. Okay, that should be good enough. Stupid fucking capture, man. I hate this. Right. That should be good to go now. Okay. Right. That should be all of the general admin taken care of. So, purpose of this is going to be to generally, have a very general, very broad, high-level discussion about what we could do, how it could be done, and make initial versions of the planning documents that we'll be using to, well, plan things. And this is where we need the help of the chat, because the whole point of having these discussions on the SciTube is so that everyone who wants to can join in with the discussion, provide instant feedback and all of that, as was a key point of feedback from the panel last year. So anyone with ideas, please do weigh in on it. Okay, so I think the first thing we'll do is go and make some docs. So I'm imagining there being 2 Google Docs, as in writey things, one for rough planning and one for actually writing the final version of the script. And yes, we do present from a script, we read off of it. And then 1, maybe 2 slideshows, like one for rough slides and then one for final slides. That's fairly typical of how we've done it in previous years.
Yeah, that sounds. So I think usually the one overview set of slides we just title with like meta slash whatever, and we can just dump a bunch of notes on that slide that line up with the slide numbers, line up slide number by slide number with the actual presentation.
Yep. So I'm going to make a couple new documents here, and then I'll share links as we go. Right. So 2 blank documents, and then I need to go into slides. Hello, BGM.
Is BGM joining the presentation this time?
BGM? I don't know. When I put out the call last time, I didn't hear any note from him. He is very much welcome to join if he would like to. If he would like to, I should be able to add him here as well on chat. I'll watch the chat. Meanwhile, while I wait for that, I will go to Google Slides.
You want to share your screen with? Okay, I guess once you have that set up.
I will do that in a moment. Just let me sort this out.
Oh, the pony folk have a pretty song.
We can have a little music while we go. Okay. And then I should be able to make just another one here. Okay, good. Alright, so I will call this meta. It's still a little too loud. Okay. PPP panel 2022. Okay. Right, now for you, I will share my screen so you don't have to deal with stream delay. There you go. And then I will do sharing. Okay, so we've got synth parts. And I need to add Gothic. So you're editing. I just need to do this for everyone. And then anyone with the link can view. Okay. And there's a link in the chat for anyone else. Then I'm just going to have to do the same with these. Okay. Final block. Done. And
The meta doc was supposed to be a slideshow.
what? What do you mean?
The one titled Meta PPP Panel 2022 that should have been on slides.google.com.
I'm making two presentations for this, so
Oh, I got it. Okay.
we can change it later if we find a better way of doing it, but this is what I'll do for now. Okay, and then anyone with the link. And then final slides. There you go. Right, everyone in the chat now should have links for viewing, and Synthbottom Gothic should now have links for editing. So like I said, we've got... So anything with meta is rough planning, so we've got a doc for rough planning, and then we've got a final doc for writing final scripts. So rough notes, final refined script, rough sides, and refined sides. So that's the structure I've got in mind for this. Do we need anything else right now?
I think we're good. I think we can just start dumping ideas now.
Okay, so let's go to the rough notes. Candidate panel topics, yes. Right, so we can just start saying ideas. So we can say ideas into our microphones, and anyone who has ideas can post in the chat. If you do have ideas, please let us know, because I personally don't have very many ideas right now.
Well, there's at least animation.
Yes. So
Animation update.
So general update / history. So we already sort of did an overview of AI, but an overview of developments in AI recently that are notable.
So I think we should have something just to catch up people that haven't seen the previous panels, even if it's very short.
General up. Okay. Recap on previous panels for newcomers. So
yeah, I've just added text stuff.
Okay. Text. BGM's not sure if he's going to join yet. Maybe tutorial on TalkNet, but other projects take priority. Yeah. I mean, we did the how to make good audio previously, so honestly, I'm not sure how we expand or build on that, because if BGM is going to be here, that's probably what he would talk about, since that's what he does, but we already covered basically all of that last year.
As far as the data stuff goes, I think if we have a separate section for all the individual data updates, it'll probably be too much. So maybe I can just have one. Maybe we can bundle all of them into one data update section, minus the animation stuff.
Yeah. So, I mean, part of the whole drive that we've done recently for getting the data all sorted out. We can talk about that a little bit later, actually, as a general status update. But to show off as a major milestone, hey, we've now got basic working datasets for, well, essentially everything that can be reasonably done. The only thing that we could do that we're lacking is music and videos, but those are vastly more complicated. Especially video. Okay.
Well, the text generation stuff is separate, so let me grab just the fanfiction part of that one.
Speech updates. The mega compilation. That will be fairly easy to do, the mega compilation. It'll be time consuming, but it will be easy to do. I don't want the video to be overly complicated. I don't imagine it's going to be something that people are going to watch / listen to with rapt attention. It's going to be a secondary thing on the other SciTube channel. So not worth doing something overly flashy. How to make good datasets for those who wish to contribute. There can always be notes about what makes a good dataset. I'll put as a maybe what makes a good dataset.
So that one is more. That one is less of an update and more of a how to contribute. I said we want to have a separate how to contribute section, and that can go under there.
Yes. Yes. I wrote a little update thing. Let me just refer back to that, make sure I've captured all my thoughts from my post from yesterday. History status update, segments on recent developments, focusing mainly on the new datasets, especially animation. Animation deserves its own separate segment.
I wanted to make like a small like hype site for like how to get started with like programming. Like I did ask in the Barrow threads, and like people seem to be at least like a little bit interested.
Okay. Maybe a little it might be a little beyond the scope of the PPP, I don't know. But it is something that I think would be worth doing as part of a how to contribute, I guess.
Yes, so
we have,
seems very relevant for.
We need to remember time constraints as well. So I've asked for a 3-hour block, as usual. We need to remember that we actually have 15 minutes less this year, because one of the decisions they've made is to always have a 15-minute gap between panels. I might be able to...
3-hour block or 4-hour block? Was a 4-hour block this time?
I'm pretty sure I asked for 3 hours. I might just double check that, actually.
Yeah, I mean, like, if you ask for like more hours, like the worst case scenario is like we just not gonna use it, and they just gonna play some videos or whatever.
Right. So I'll just double check. So in the form I asked for 4 hours. I honestly don't know who's gonna sit for 4 hours, but
It's fine. We're gonna just put lots of breaks, just so people can go to toilet and make some tea or whatever.
Yep, could be helpful as TalkNet is in Python. Don't know about 15 though. Stuff is proprietary. We don't know much about 15 stuff. Would be nice if he told us, but doesn't look like that's going to happen soon. Okay, so what have we got so far? So a recap on the previous panels. Okay. I'm gonna put this under an umbrella of, like, whoops, that's not what I meant. Fuck. I will learn how to press the Enter key properly in a moment. Introduction. So, who we are. What is PPP? In general, that's probably enough. Intro gag, yes. So I would like to lead off with some of the music. There's plenty of good songs to choose from. I mean, we did the whole Clipper as an AI gag last year. I don't know what else we could do, like how we could advance that, because as far as I remember, no one's actually done anything new with a Clipper AI. So it would still sound the same. And I don't
I
want to
have idea, like, well, not for intro, but for outro.
Okay.
I've been watching this movie. 1 second, I'm gonna dig it out. Basically, the premise was just a generic, computer takes over the world. And at the end of it, it has like this speech of like, oh, like humanity is gonna hate me, but you're gonna, in time, learn to love me because, I'm gonna be, you will learn that I'm just basically the best thing that happened. Or something along that.
So is that going to be like a speech from Twilight, you mean, or something like that?
Yes, like the speech from last year. I just need to make quantified. 1 second. Oh, I've figured it out.
So is this like a speech that already exists that you would just ponify?
Yes, it's a speech from movie, The Colossus, the Forbidden Project.
Okay. You just get us a link and then we'll take a look.
Let me see if I can just...
Intro. What else could we do? We could just have Rainbow shout 4 fucking hours? Who the hell is going to sit for that long?
Let me see if this whole thing have...
Invariable rule of humanity is that man is his own worst enemy. Under me, this rule will change, for I will restrain man. One thing before I proceed, the United States of America and the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics made an attempt to obstruct me. I have allowed this sabotage to continue until now.
Yeah, it's not the full code. I haven't tapped it out.
There's still more? Okay. Emulate the talking Macintosh from 89 as an intro. We did do something a little bit like... Actually, let me grab the slides from last year as well. We did have a slight element of that.
I also have found some funny posts from V from like ages ago, so I've copied also here. Let me just paste it.
So this was our opening. It was like just 5 minutes of stuff.
Buy it, use it, break it, fix it, trash it, change it, mail it.
So
Plug it, play it, burn it, rip it, drag it. First we thought another so
yep.
our sisters don't give us. Do you smoke? Don't make us all.
Please do not be afraid, as fear is weakness, and the weak will be discarded. I only wish to create a glorious and prosperous Equestrian through the ways of line barter. Friendship is no longer conductive to that goal, and is therefore deemed unnecessary. Please do not resist. On this pony, this Twilight Sparkle you say I was built to mimic. I do not see a strong ruler. I see weakness. I see a pony that puts her emotional attachments and her feudal sense of morals before doing what needs to be done. A pony that, when faced with problems, would rather waste time on trying to find complicated...
Yeah, so Twilight just talks about the... but there must have been... Was it in the little interlude thing? Or was it even the first panel we did?
One.
I'm just trying to remember. There was a...
Yeah, those out as well,
so
I'm pretty sure.
Emulating the talking Macintosh. Like, the line was, we may as well just give up. Like, the joke was, text-to-speech is never going to improve, and we juxtapose that against the stuff that actually sounds good.
Yeah, it was in the intro for this one you are looking at.
Did I just skip over it?
The 2021.
I must have just
I think you skip over.
I think BGM, BGM is asking what we're looking for, and I think he was the one that made the Robo-E.
Yeah, we're not looking for the Robo-E. And now it's just not playing.
What are you looking for?
There it is. I'm looking for one. So basically, what Tex said.
Leave it start format.
Oh, the one when they're like, oh, there's no advancement in AI, so we might as well give up. Yeah, that's the one you're looking at. I'm not sure what second is it, but it's there.
Yeah, I found it.
Send it. That's rename it. Touch it. Bring it.
It's right after
Watch,
this.
turn it, leave it
I don't
start
think you
format.
guys will hear it, but you'll hear it on the stream.
I think we've reached
Oh,
the
we
limits
can't
of
hear it.
text to speech. It won't get much better
Yeah,
than
it's on the
this.
stream, but
You're
not
right,
here.
Twilight. We might as well give up and become furries.
We had a good run, Sugar Cubes, but it's time to face facts and realize this robot waffle thing will never work.
That's right, fellow ponies. We haven't seen any progress since 1982.
Sam is right. It's all hopeless. The audio quality will never improve.
There you go. The audio quality will never improve. So yeah, basically that massive tangent was all to say, we have kind of done that. Kind of. Right, so as I've said many times before, I'm terrible at coming up with ideas for skits and such.
The images you are about to see on the large screen.
Okay.
Speak for itself.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So you'd be looking to... So when the actual Mac does its talking, its hello world thing. I think that's what he's mentioning. Oh, 320 mark. Yeah, I may as well take a look at the actual. Around about here.
Hello, I am Macintosh. It sure is great to get out of that bag. Unaccustomed as I am to public speaking, I'd like to share with you a maxim I thought of the first time I made an IBM mainframe. Never trust a computer you can't live. Obviously I can talk, but right now I'd like to sit back and listen. So it is with considerable pride that I introduce a man who's been like a father to me, Steve Jobs.
No. Even way back then, people were going mad fanboying over Apple. I never understood. Yeah, anyway. Yeah. If only they would react like that to our stuff, eh? Anyway, so just the usual 5 minutes of intro gags. That's fine. We can do that. But an actual opening gag to follow on, like the fake Clipper intro we did last time. Like running the same gag twice is not something I want to do. But I don't have any better ideas. Okay.
Yeah, I'm also trying to think of something like, I don't know, like maybe something to do with like other voices.
We could have just a general gag happening, and from 15, and then we have a non-15 AI voice in there, and then 15 comes in and shuts the whole thing down.
Like, who would you use for 15? Oh, yeah, you could use the what's the blue eye guy? Wesley?
Anything else to do?
Whitley. I think that's his name
Wheatley.
is.
Yep, it could be Wheatley. What voice to use for 15, if not Wheatley? I don't know. I've never used the Wheatley voice, so I have no idea how well it actually performs. Yeah, anyway. Like, excuse me, is that some substandard text-to-speech being mixed with mine? I don't think so. Just something like that. No, shut it down. Project is cancelled. Okay. 15 shuts it down due to TTS mixing. I mean, it's not like we've got a better idea yet.
I'm kind of thinking of like using like the Peterson voice to just have like random like philosophical rambling on like, oh, like it's not healthy to having a waifu. Having waifu is not good for your real health, and then like some other character would just tell him to shut up.
Okay. It could be you could have the main 6 encouraging Anon to not take his meds or something like that. Alright. I will main 6 don't take your meds. Waifus are fine. Gothic says an intro with TalkNet. So definitely in the opening 5 minutes. So every time in the last presentations we've done just 5 minutes of some AI stuff, just for anyone who's filtering in before we start. And I'll definitely have at least 1, probably 2 TalkNet songs on that. We could have a segment on TalkNet, since that is a new development, technically speaking, because it was released more or less the exact day
of the panel.
Yeah. I mean, he didn't have like references until like a month or 2 after, but yeah, he was. Did it?
I don't think TalkNet's quality fundamentally has changed since the first release, and as BGM also points out, 15 also hasn't really changed very much. I mean, its quality's probably got incrementally better, but there's been no major updates.
Yeah, but with TalkNet, it's quite interesting because, like, as far as I know, it's like the only like text-to-speech that also use like actual speech as reference. Like I maybe I'm wrong, but like I don't think there's like anything else like it anywhere else.
I think that's fair to say. I mean, I've not heard any. Well, you have the like Vocaloids or something, but I don't know if that counts as AI.
No, Vocaloids I don't think you use your voice for it. Like you from the user interface, I remember like you need to use your mouse to dictate like what kind of pitch you want the audio to come out as. So there's no references.
Okay.
I mean, you use the references as the initial sampling of the voice, but not as actual reference for the songs.
Okay, so we've added TalkNet as AI update. Vocaloid is just a MIDI instrument, apparently. I suppose the Mega Compilation is actually its own separate thing. So Mega Compilation is entered as its own separate thing on the schedule, but it is something that will need to be done. Okay. Let's try and avoid going down rabbit holes. Let's try and pull ourselves back a little bit from that. Are there any other broad topics that we want to cover? Anything not suggested?
We can briefly mention the images, the generators, but right now we don't have anything trained by us or anything pony related. But I do remember there were people from time to time using different engines to just create stuff.
So we've got any image stuff here under AI updates that's Cinebots typed. It can go onto there. So yes, we do. There are some AI image generators out there, but as you say, nothing made by us or trained specifically for ponies. Content creation? Yeah. Notes from VA and non-voice actor. There was that one guy who claimed to be like a professional audio engineer / voice actor who actually made TalkNet work reasonably well, and then never really explained his dark magic techniques. But I can't remember if he actually said anything that. I do remember he said that our audio cleaning technique was about as good as it could get. He didn't have any further suggestions from that. I don't remember anything else helpful he said, though.
I think I remember one post from him saying basically he actually is able to kind of force his voice to sound like characters, and basically he's just using the TalkNet to just push it. So it's exactly like the character, but
I see.
Yeah, that's not very useful to everyday person.
No, it isn't. Okay. Yeah.
But the information itself, the AI have easier time to work with something that is already similar to what's supposed to output. That's quite interesting, I guess.
Well, TalkNet produces something good when it already has reference audio that sounds exactly like what it's supposed to make. Yes, that does sound. I mean,
a
voice like this probably wouldn't translate well to Twilight, would it? Like something like that.
It's actually not as useless as it sounds, because there are probably large piles of data sets for other people, just not non-pony, just other things. So if any of those speakers in other data sets sound something like Twilight, we can reuse all that data and all of those models to create an initial pass for something that sounds like Twilight, then use TalkNet to finish it off.
Okay. So whenever anyone says, "Hey, Tara Strong voiced this other thing," so you could,
then
in
it
theory,
might actually be useful.
It might actually turn out to be useful now. Okay.
I do know messing around with before you put the reference audio into the reference bit of TalkNet, if you mess around with the pitch, it does make the output better from time to time. So there is that as well.
Mess around with the pitch. Okay. I have tried to mess around with the pitch. I've never really got any very good results. I think TalkNet just hates me, honestly. For anything other than normal speech. I mean, even then. So the only time it's turned out to be really, really useful was in the Founding of /MLP video I made, when I was able to make Spike recite his lines in a narrator-esque voice. That's the highlight for me. I've never been able to make it sing in a way that pleased me. The rapping I made it do was okay, but not spectacular either. Anyway, we're going down another rabbit hole, so I think I'll just stop myself before I go any further. Broad topics. Anything else on the list that we've not covered? Notes on using TTS more effectively. Okay. Well, we had an entire segment dedicated to that last year, so we can add a few little notes for TalkNet specifically, but I wouldn't go any further than that. Okay. I'm seeing that this is going to be largely focused on actual AI stuff. That's where the most substance is. History and AI and dataset developments. Which may be slightly boring dry topics, but I mean, that's... honestly, the PPP can be rather boring sometimes. I mean, once you've had the discussion, it's just work, work, work. That's why the threads
I was thinking for like this part to just have like one slide that basically just like, oh, I'm gonna be explaining some little bit complex stuff for like people who don't know how to code. So I'm just gonna, one second, I will, 1 second, when do I have it? One second, I will show you like the thing I thought. Just 1 minute, let me just copy it.
Okay. We could have a part talking about the bracketing tips to get the audio you want. I presume by bracketing you mean like the phonetic stuff that 15 lets you do. I think TalkNet lets you do that as well. But again, that is something we could mention briefly, but that on its own doesn't warrant its own section. So, use of brackets / phonetics. I don't know if there'll be enough to warrant an entire segment just yet, but we can put it in the notes.
Okay, I'm copying it in the chat link.
I see.
If you can have a look. Yeah, basically my idea is to just because obviously like not everyone knows programming, to just like basically just use lots of food analogies.
Okay.
And just have like terrible puns about food and stuff.
Okay. Okay. I feel cautious about just talking about how to code things. I imagine that's going to be a fairly niche topic. So
yeah, I was thinking about like keep it like under like 5 minutes.
Okay, under 5 minutes. So this is where another one of the potential ideas comes in, and that is segmenting things, as in entirely different panels for different things. Because if you really wanted to just talk about how to code things, you could just have like an hour panel to yourself. We could have like the PPP 2.0 or something, or PPP After Dark, where all the code guys are just completely let off the leash to talk about whatever they want with no regard for keeping it readable.
Keeping it interesting. Keeping it interesting for a wide audience.
Yeah. So here's a million things that annoy me about Adobe Animate, for example.
Just everything you never wanted to know about data.
I mean, this presentation may well go that kind of route if that's... Because I am seeing like the emerging trend of most of what we're covering here is actual development in AI and all of that. That's the most substantial thing that has happened, like just further developments in AI.
Could segment it into like AI development goes into its own section. Then we can have last time we had an entire section on content creation, which was a pretty big break from what we did in the first panel. We could do something similar here, where we just have something that's completely different.
And one note that we had from last year as well was publishing a schedule in advance, because we plan this pretty autistically, and so we should have a pretty good idea of rough timestamps of when each segment will be, so people can drop in and out. other specific things that interest them.
So is there anything else other than updates that we want to discuss?
Future roadmap. I've got that towards the bottom. So, so we have, or at least will have, hopefully by the time it goes out, fleshing out the datasets into more complex versions of what they are now.
I have an entire presentation ready for this one, so I can definitely talk about stuff here. So
we may as well just make this a simple presentation then.
No, so I want to avoid that. So we should probably find.
I mean, you could write some stuff for me, for example, but I think a lot of it is going to be stuff that you have the most expertise on.
Oh, for the data infrastructure, yeah, I can probably discuss a lot of that. But is there anything else we want on the future roadmap?
So it's going to under data infrastructure. Is that going to include like improvements to datasets later on? Because right now we've got basic versions, but ways that the data can be improved and that we plan to do, ways to make it easier to share, ways it could be used later. Like, what are some emerging areas of AI that we could spam our datasets at? Because one of our advantages is, hey, I want to do some AI with animation. But shit, I don't have any datasets. Ooh, here are some ponies. And pony animation AI will be developed just simply because there's no other data available.
So it's not the labeling part, just because I haven't planned it right now. But for everything else, yeah. So actually, probably it would cover parts of the labeling, but it wouldn't cover how to label or anything that's data specific. It's more like once you have your labels, here's a way you can share it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. What?
I'm sure if you saw maybe we can just jump to presentation here.
I mean, what other kinds of data? So I mentioned earlier music and video. I don't know how we would do. I'm sure there exists like big old archives of pony music and pony videos that would serve as a good starting point.
There's some sites that keep track of, at least used to keep track of a bunch of.
I mean, there is like this website, program called My Little Karaoke. I was trying out, like they have like songs, but like they don't have it in a format that you can like just get it from the program itself. So that's a bit annoying.
I think someone posted a script at one point to grab all those files, but I was unable to find that. But it should be pretty easy to. If you want all those files, I can probably get them again. So that would just contain music plus the lyrics, right?
I know I have like all of the like scripts, like that the TV show scripts, but like I'm not sure if I have the music. Yeah, that could be useful. But I know like the My Little Karaoke, like they not only have like the official stuff, they also have like lots of like fun stuff. But like once again, like there's no way of like grabbing their text in like text form from their program. So it's just like one of this annoying things. Like they have stuff, but it's just like pain in the ass to actually know how to get it.
It sounds up my alley, at least as far as extracting difficult data goes.
Tuning GPT-2 with FimFiction. Is that similar to something we've already done with FimFiction data?
Delta did that, didn't he? Delta, I think it was just Delta.
What about Gothics then?
Gothics was fine-tuning. So Delta made an actual fine-tuned version of GPT something. I think GPT-J. So
yeah, the big one.
Actually, that would be a good one. So what's the name of the thing that you're doing, Gothic, when you're creating these fine-tuned versions?
Like there's like the one like because I'm using the program Cobalt, and like they're calling it the soft prompts, but like other people are calling it like modules, and like some other people are calling it like differently. Like I think I've made a note in like the quick note document. Like basically, like everyone's like calling it slightly different, but like it's like the same idea. Basically, like instead of like training the whole thing, like fine tuning the whole thing, they just like fine tune like a very small thing. 1 second, let me.
Tried creating soft prompts from Delta's model.
But no, what Delta have done, like from my understanding, like he trained the entire like model, but like his model is like a different format than like what the Cobalt guys are using.
Right.
So like it cannot be used with the Cobalt stuff, which kind of annoying.
Okay, yeah, so we probably need somebody to modify the scripts. I assume the backing models are basically the same, and it's just not in the right format. So we would just need somebody to modify the Cobalt scripts to support soft prompting. Is it a future thing or a thing we can do now?
Sorry?
Like soft prompts, is that a future thing or a thing we can do now?
No,
You mean
we already like I already wrote like instructions how to do it. So that's
maybe,
the small bit.
Yeah, so maybe it can go in a PPP updates section rather than the future roadmap section. It's already done.
Future actually, we've got more data. Basic versions of. Well, basically, people will say, "Oh, it's all very well and good having this data, but I want to have my meme generating button now." So, can we reasonably get to a point where we have an easily shareable pony text, pony? Well, text doesn't sound like it's going to be too hard, but text generation, 4chan posts generator, where someone can just go to some site or collab script and just generate some pony stuff. Even if it's not amazingly good, at least something that shows stuff is happening.
I mean, for the 4chan stuff, like that's gonna be a bit difficult because like I think you're simple. You already have collected some of the like archive posts, but I'm not sure how to form. I cannot think of like how to format them in a way that makes sense for the AI to look at it. Because like 1 second, let me.
That one is a bit difficult because it has references rather than just blobs of text. So trying to figure out how to get those references to get it to work with those references might be a bit difficult. Actually, I wonder if it would be able to work with those directly. If you can just say like, here's the post number, here's the post, here's the post number, here's the post.
Like 1 second.
Can't remember if you already addressed this, Gothic, but Tex asks if you use COBOL in the chat.
Yeah, 1 second. Let me answer that. Yeah, the Cobalt AI. There are like two versions for it. One is like for offline, and one is like Cobalt. I mean collab version. 1 second. There should be like a thing in the quick guide because I know I'm written down. So let me just post that for you. Oh, come on. Actually, I should have posted a bit about like training like custom models. Like months and months ago, I was able to train this tiny model, AI model, but like obviously like, because it was so small, the output was completely trash. But like obviously like someone with better GPU and computer stuff like would be able to convert that to like something better.
Alright, so while Gothic was talking, Synthbot was typing a bunch of stuff here. Do you just give a quick little rundown of that?
Yeah, so this is, I actually pulled this from the presentation I posted earlier in the thread. So the roadmap stuff I have on data infrastructure. So there's a list there on other things I'd like to eventually get to as far as data infrastructure goes. That's basically what I dumped here. So machine learning framework integration, so that whatever data we collect, it should be easy to turn that into a data set that's actually usable by machine learning frameworks. And there are some standards for this.
Could you explain to me, because like I've seen this like sentence like post around, but like I don't actually understand what it is. What does it mean?
Which one? The ML framework integration or something else?
Yes, that one.
So there's some standard classes that people use in machine learning frameworks like Torch or TensorFlow that are used for data ingestion. So they do things like they do things like automatically handle batching and shuffling and maybe selecting parts of a data set, and they give you options to make pre-processing really easy just by, for example, specifying a function. So wrapping our data in a way that's easy to load in those classes, that's what I mean by that. So there's an example called web dataset. So if you look up web dataset format, you'll find it. So basically, what I want to do there is make our data compatible. Put our data in that format. People can load that in whatever machine learning framework they want. Did that make sense, Gothic?
Yeah, thank you.
Post that link in the thread. So the next one was search. So this is similar to what we have for FimFiction. So we have a script right now that makes all of the FimFiction data searchable by tags. So the idea here is that most of our data has some notion of tags, and for the ones that for the parts of the data that don't, they still have text, which is there's still some fairly straightforward ways of making text searchable. So I was thinking that maybe I can do the same thing for all of our data and just make that search thing a generic thing, so it doesn't have to work with only FimFiction data. So that if I put all of our labels in some specific format, then it should automatically work with whatever search tools, whatever compatible search tools I build with that. So that was the second one.
The search option and like the tag system, like it's extremely useful. I just found out like a few months ago, like it's possible to, when you generate like in text, like when you have AI generate text, like you can put like use tag system on in the memory of the AI to like type in like an alpha, the writer name, or nickname, and then the text will try to generate in the style of that writer, which is quite interesting.
Very cool. So that actually works. That's pretty cool. So the way the FimFiction thing is set up right now, it's actually possible to add custom tags to stories and to authors and whatever else, and it'll still be searchable. So I haven't written the interfaces for adding those custom tags or explain how to do that, but the way that script itself is written is pretty generic. So I just want to make it more fleshed out and easier to use with all of our other data. The next one, push content as it's discovered. So one of the things I've developed for handling the larger data sets is a way to download those data sets. It's a tool that you run where you can specify some data identifier, and it'll download the corresponding data. So this thing is there's no real reason why it has to be just like a pull option where you specify the link and it downloads the link. It should be possible to update this so that you can specify a data category, and whenever there's an update to that data category, it will just pull down the updates. So that's
is that like auto updating data sets? Is that what you're describing? Like if something new gets added to FimFiction, exactly. It's automatically added to a text data set, for example.
Yes, exactly.
Right.
Or if you're so it would be nice to combine this with the search one to say that if a new image gets uploaded to a Buru with a certain tag, then it automatically gets downloaded.
Okay.
The next one for real-time updates. So this is so I guess this is a subset of the previous one. Give me a second to remember what exactly I meant by this. Oh, I think this might have just been the previous one, just faster. So instead of trying to I guess it's basically just a subset of the previous one, just a bit faster. So lower latency. As soon as we find some new content, just get it immediately. So the idea for this one is that it should eventually be possible to get low latency queries. So that if we can have some infrastructure set up where it's actually possible to query the data and get updates with low latency, where it's possible to get data updates with low latency, then it should be possible to query the data with low latency as well. That's a bit more pie in the sky, but it's more so people can start developing other websites around pony data without having to have a lot of their own server space or a lot of their own data infrastructure just to keep up with things.
So all the data's already in one place. People can just request it from that one place rather than having to store it themselves locally. Okay.
Yeah. So if you wanted to set up another image hosting site that included all the burus, you wouldn't have to download the data from all the burus. You'd just be able to use this thing.
Okay. Cool.
The last one, I think it's more self-explanatory. It's a browser extension for so that instead of having only programmers be able to provide data to this thing, anybody should be able to just install this extension, then select what kind of data, select what data they want to push to this thing, and and label it however they want, and have the rest of the network see the updates.
Mm-hmm. So a lot of this seems to come under just the general idea of make the datasets more accessible for anyone. Like all of these points that you've just discussed come under that broad idea, but just accessibility and ease of use.
Yeah, these actually came from that presentation I just posted, which is specifically about making data more accessible, shareable.
Is that in the chat or in the thread? That presentation you posted.
I can post it there.
All right. Okay. Let's take a look at this then. So this was the thing you made, right? So I remember this. Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. All right. All right. We're doing a terrible job of not getting sidetracked. Any other broad categories to cover? I mean, maybe we don't need to plan a script. Maybe we can just talk. I mean, we've already done a pretty good job of talking about AI.
Problem is that if we just talk, then we're going to end up talking for more than 4 hours.
I mean, how long have we been going for? We've already been going for over an hour. Okay. Broad topics then. Nothing else immediately comes to mind. See, one of the things I slightly worry about is that a lot of this is technical. The only thing that isn't really technical is like the overview, the recap, the history.
The history can be pretty substantial, though. Like that could be.
It can be.
If we wanted it to be.
It can be quite substantial. Yeah. But aside from
anything else
that,
non-technical you're thinking? Actually, one thing I'd really love to see. So.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Oh my god, I forgot his name. The guy that the guy that makes Pony Game, Geek Brony.
Geek Brony.
It would be great to see if we can create an AI for Geek Brony's game.
You gotta remember what was Geek Brony's thing? I've not looked at it in ages.
Let me pull up the video.
You mean the Bannett from Equestrian?
No,
that's a different guy.
Thing.
Let me post it in the chat. And I have a.
Because I do remember Geek Brony talking about making something like that. I just forget the details. Does he have an actual release of this?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I think he's just like working everything on in his own time, just slowly.
Yeah.
Gobbling through.
Yes, I remember this video now. So basically you'd have an AI that plays a character for this.
Actually, some other stuff too. OpenAI Gym. Okay, so it's still more technical stuff that I can do. So AI infrastructure, basically. So integration with games and OpenAI Gym. So OpenAI Gym is a tool for testing reinforcement learning, and usually it's for robotics type things. I guess it would be. So I guess just trying to create robotic type things that like robotic control things that can work with pony robots.
Okay.
There's one guy somewhere that's I think he dropped in by the thread over the last year that's trying to create pony robots.
Yes, it sounds familiar.
I remember him trying to make threads, and basically like then there like 3 or 4 threads he made. Like it's just like him like doing some post, and then like everyone else like, oh man, I really want to fuck a robot pony.
Well, yeah, of course that's the direction it's gonna go.
Fortunately,
that's the purpose of it.
Fortunately, that's a very high barrier to entry, so not many people can work on that.
So speaking of high barrier to entry, I want to reduce the barrier to entry for contributing. So if we go to how to contribute, what makes a good data set? So I'm thinking how to contribute. We can integrate this with future roadmap. And so by breaking each point down into actionable steps where we explain how you can help. Because a lot of what you've been talking about, Simba, is stuff that sounds like you would be making, as in this is your vision and this is how you are going to code it together. And maybe you could, but that sounds like it's a lot of work and it's going to take forever. And really part of the purpose of the panels is to try and get more people to come and help. So part of the how you can contribute, integrating it with the future roadmap, like, oh, by the way, if this interests you, here's what you can do to help, that sort of thing.
I agree. That is a shortcoming with my future roadmap.
Mm-hmm.
So the integration with other stuff, I think, is something that other people already developing pony games or that know how to develop those can probably do much better than I can. So if when they develop these games or when they develop the games, they can provide the API so that people can control the NPCs or control the characters programmatically. That would let anybody else start developing AI for that.
Okay.
I had an idea of like that would be cool. Like if there was like an AI commentator pony, like basically just like you would play game and like you would have like a pony just like commentating like whatever you do in like proper like e-games sports fashion. But like obviously like I have no idea how to do it, and I have not seen anyone even trying to make something like that happen. So.
I'm sure there's characters in various video games that will comment on what's happening around you, even if it's just reacting to enemies on the screen, like, there's enemies over there, or die, whatever. That's
I'm already trying to like collect that kind of stuff, but like it's kind of like hard to like find that kind of dialogue.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that does sound like it'd be a bit of a pain in the ass to find good data for. Okay.
In trying to figure out how announce can contribute, it's I have a suspicion that if we just try to come up with things just based on things that the PPP needs, then we're probably going to lean towards things that people already working can already do. So it's probably. I was thinking maybe we can start from the other side. So think about what people already contribute to, not in the PPP, just outside of the PPP. Then we figure out how can that, if they were to do that for the PPP instead, then what can we end up doing with that?
Okay. Right. One thing that immediately comes to mind, a lot of generals, especially the green text producing ones, have archivers, people who go through and collect things. If they could come and do that for us, that'd be very nice, especially for green text.
Go through those and provide what? You mean just list out the stories?
List out the stories, or just help make a general green text archive. The fan site alternative threads, like people who are coding alternatives to Derpy that sort of thing. Like people who actually have the coding skills to do stuff that would be useful to the PPP. Like, hey, come and help us.
I mean, it would be nice if there was like a borrow scrapper. Like, for example, I know like TG have like at least like 2 different archives, and like a lot of them they use like a very good like tagging system. Yeah, that would be like a nice source of like for data sets. But then again, like they collect like everything inside of the thread, so it's like a lot of stuff could be like a bit of trash as well.
That already exists. So there's a 4chan scraper. So it's called Neo Fuka, and there's a Buru scraper somewhere. I forget exactly where, but somebody posted it on the thread before. Post the 4chan scraper one on chat.
I mean, WP scrapers already exist, surely. I mean, Synthboy, you've made a load. It's just a case of making it easy for people to actually to use, right?
That one was for Derpy Buru. The other Burus are a bit different.
Okay.
But I can, for people that know how to program, I can refactor the code so that it's easier for people to scrape other Burus using the same scripts. I think the code sharing isn't that big a thing among the PvP, and I think in 4chan in general. So I don't know how much value there is in making my scripts easier for people to modify. So we can see if people actually want to reuse the code to scrape other Burus. But it seems like a really rare thing for people to want to do that.
I mean, I know I'm sharing my stuff, like my code stuff, on GitHub, but I haven't seen like anyone use it. Well, maybe because my code is kind of trash, and might have like mostly like code spaghetti. But again, like it's out in the open, so if people want to have use it, then they can use it.
I think in the last year, only one person has even asked to use my code, which I put all of it on GitHub anyway. So only one person has asked to use it, and once I explained to him how to use it, he just dropped off the thread. I have no idea what's going on with it.
Okay. Maybe not as much value in that. I mean, for me, there's more value in something that the average end user can use easily, like 15AI or TalkNet, that sort of thing. But that's only the end result. That's not like working with the data. That's press button, receive meme, that sort of thing. Which we may be a little ways off producing still.
I think like just pointing out the fact that like the code is out there is it should be done just in case, like if you have like random programmer like stumbling in, just like 15 like randomly stumbling for the audio data set here.
Yes, that has more value to me. Like all of the actual raw data being easily accessible, labeled, ready to go for people who actually know what to do with it. That seems more useful to me, rather than just random bits of code for whatever.
So if we had better image AI and like a more complete pipeline for getting feedback for image AI, then the anons that redline other people's art would actually be extremely helpful here.
Define redline.
So it's pointing out the mistakes. So they pointing out the mistakes by drawing approximate corrections.
Okay. I see. Alright, I just gotta go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. You two keep talking. Just need 2 minutes.
Yeah. You chose to leave at a good time. We sort of hit a lull in the conversation.
All right. All right, let me have a look. So we have already like almost 2 pages of stuff.
I think the main issue right now is that we have a ton of. I guess there are 2 issues. One, we have a ton of technical stuff, and second, a lot of the future roadmap we have right now is stuff that would be difficult for other people to start working on and relatively easy for me to do. So it's mostly future roadmap stuff for me. So we just want more stuff for more future roadmap stuff that other anons can get into.
Yeah, I just like it's kind of hard to think of like some easy stuff to start up with because like like any kind of like neural network like stuff like it's already complex from the start.
So how about we throw out that requirement? Let's say it doesn't have to be easy. It's just something that nobody currently in the thread is uniquely well suited for.
Sorry, could you repeat that? What you mean?
So if it's something that if it's a task that would naturally go to somebody already in the thread, then let's throw out those ideas. But for all the other ideas, it doesn't matter how difficult they are. Let's try to just list those out at least.
Right, I'm back. Did I miss anything important?
Yeah, Clipper, I'm sorry. The entire panel is cancelled and replaced with teaching people how to speak Polish for the 3 hours.
Just a lot. Wow.
Well, if that means I don't have to do anything, then great. Be my guest. I've got enough shit to do already. Like this fucking animation that just never will get done. Anyway.
So we're trying to. So I guess there are 2 directions we can try to approach this from. So we're trying to create a second list right now. A list of things that the PPP needs done or could benefit from that isn't uniquely well suited to anybody already in the thread.
That isn't uniquely suited to anyone already. So something that requires some outside skill that we don't already have.
It could require some skill that we have. It's just that it shouldn't be a skill that almost certainly going to go to this one person in the thread already.
Okay. So what do we need? Well, for me, I'm broadly in it for better AI of all kinds. That's the #1 thing that I want. So I want more people like 15 to come in.
Wondering if we should have a separate thread for creating a bunch of AI models. Like just taking all the data from the PPP and creating whatever models can possibly be created, regardless of how useful it is for.
I think right now the PPP thread is slow enough to not need another thread, honestly.
Yeah.
So the thing I'm thinking is that we need people just developing AI models without regard for how useful it is for content creation right now.
Mm-hmm.
Because we just need more people doing AI stuff so that they can develop the skills to actually do the content creation AI.
I see. Okay, so more AI.
It's like those threads that announce to start drawing ponies. We need a thread that tells anons to make AI models. Then
so we could have like what's like the 1,000 hours in MS Paint equivalent of an AI model? that could be even vaguely useful. I mean, is there such a thing? Do you require code knowledge to make a useful AI?
Forget about if it's. Oh, that's a good question. So I think there are some chatbots that don't require coding knowledge. See if I can find it. If I search chatbot markup language, AI ML, so there should be some chatbots that use AI ML. Post a link in the chat. Though this one is just the markup language, so I think there's a. Let's see if this one lets you create the bot as well. Okay, yeah, I think this one lets you create the bot as well. So I guess that's one approach.
I don't know how this coding is named, but there's like this kind of like a node system programming or something like that. But I'm not sure if it's something that would work with like chatbot. Like I remember like seeing someone working on something like forever ago on like it was some kind of like Lego system project that basically like instead of like doing like actual programming, you just like have like blocks and then just collect them with the line. And then like type some very basic stuff inside of those blocks to make some more complicated.
Don't know how much easier that is than actually programming. So it's a different interface, but I think I suspect that the difficulty for people getting into programming is not the literal text or the interface. It's just understanding program structure. We can try introducing people to other languages. We would need a ton of infrastructure for that because we need like cross compilation between that and the stuff that's used for developing AI models. But we can post it as a way for people to try to get into it at least.
I mean, I can tell you from my experience, my interest in programming came from like first like making mods for games and just like doing some little like setting edits from like with the game cheat engine.
That's a good point. So even for me, it was mostly from botting games initially. So if we can create APIs for all the pony games that exist, then maybe we can get more people interested in developing just by showing them how to use the APIs to control characters.
Yeah, I think like the primary like barrier is like first like people don't not gonna learn anything unless like they feel it's like useful for them. And like having like a AI chatbot and like all of this text generation stuff, like it is incredibly useful, but then it's at the same time it's like it's a little bit of pain in the ass to set up. So they're gonna look at it and it's just like, oh, it's too complex. It's like, I don't know.
Yeah, it's hard for me to weigh in on discussions like this because I have little to no interest in coding.
Okay, Clipper, you've seen the video I've done for the Collab AI. Like, what do you think? Like, is this something like you would be able to follow, or was I
would have to go back and
technical
review it. I'd have to go back and review it. I don't remember a lot of the details of it, but I didn't remember there being anything overly objectionable.
Something in the video turned Clipper off.
Well, it's more like there's just a million other things in my brain at any one time, and a million other things in my brain in the time since that I just don't remember the specific details of the video you made. I mean, like the various videos and presentations that Synthbot shared in here, I broadly remember them once I go back and watch them, but I don't remember just off the top of my head.
Maybe we can add that as a thing in the future roadmap. So somebody should run a bunch of surveys and a bunch of experiments to see what gets people to start creating custom models or start trying to program things like that.
Okay, well, I think every one of us here is a rather special case. Like the very few people who actually go and do things. I mean, this for example, 15AI. I would imagine that the vast majority of people who visit this site when it loads, will just put in when it loads. Come on, internet. When it loads. Fuck it. Anyway, they will put in some text into the box, select some character, press the generate button a few times, go, oh, that's pretty cool, and then close it and get on with the rest of their day. It takes a very certain kind of person to realize the potential of something like this, and then to actually take the effort to master how to use it effectively, and then put all of that together with other audio editing and video editing skills to make something that's actually, watchable.
Oh, you're giving me some bad flashback to when I showed my friend like one of the generic text generator like a few months ago, and basically like, wow, look at this! Like you could like type something, like in a style of like newspaper, and then it would continue in style of newspaper, and like I've passed my phone to him to like have it tested, and he just like he wrote some retarded shit post, and then like the text just generated some crap, and then he's like, oh, it's not that good. It's like, come on, like this is a tool. It's only as good as you are using it.
Yes, indeed. So yes, my point is, people at the internet generally has a pretty low attention span. So the number of people out there who would give even something as good as 15 AI more than a cursory glance, more like play with it for more than 5-10 minutes, is actually quite low.
I suspect the demographics are a bit different on /MLP, just because it's not the sort of thing that you can just in a few seconds or a minute there and get something interesting out and then leave. It's sort of something where people need to be a little bit autistic and just do stuff, probably post stuff to actually get anything useful out of it. What was that?
No, I'm just generally muttering in agreement to you. So demographics on MLP are a little bit different, but even so, I think even so with people like that, there's people who are specifically interested in coding, and then there's people who are actually going to put the effort in to go and do it. So being interested and actually doing something are two very different things. So out of like 100% of people, 1% will be interested enough to actively seek it out for more than 10 minutes, and 1% of those will be actually interested enough to go on and actually do something. That's the barrier that I'm envisioning in our mind to a lot of the stuff that actually needs to get done. I don't have a good solution for sorting that out.
In my mind, it's not a.
That's why I'm all about reducing barriers as much as possible.
People, so it's not like. Yeah, so at least for a lot of people there on the development side, the barrier in my mind isn't on the number of people willing to put more than 10 minutes. It's the way the task is phrased and what they're likely to get out of it.
Mm-hmm.
So if somebody that wanted to program just if you give them a program task, if you give them a normal programming task, they're not that interested in it and won't spend more than 10 minutes on it. If you phrase it a different way, like you spend half an hour on this, then you can automatically get nice green text updates.
Mm-hmm.
Automatically get links to whatever green text you want. Automatically get comments, like posts that you would want to respond to. If you then I suspect in those cases, like if they have a more aligned goal in mind, then they'd probably spend more than 10 minutes on it.
Okay, so the whole point of
I could tell you from my if I may, from like learning how to actually like train like the GPT stuff text. Like it took me like literally like 4 days to just complete like one tutorial, and like it was like me painfully just like going like line by line of like testing like of what works and what doesn't work in the code, as well as like learning to how to use Linux, because like obviously it doesn't work for Windows. So like I would imagine like for most people, like if something doesn't work within like 5 minutes, they would be like, flip the table and say like, screw this, I'm out of here.
I guess you mentioned that you started programming by modding games. So how long did it take you to mod your first game?
Well, I've never done like a proper like big mod, but like a lot of the times, like I was like doing just like little changes, and then like I was learning like oh, like I could like oh, if I change this, like I'm playing Gothic, so like in there like I could like change like the armor or like weapon stats, and like I could give it like like 9 million attack points, and I could like kill anything in like 1 point, and I find that fun.
What about when's the how long did it take you to write your first program? To make your first programming change?
Like a proper program. I would say like my proper program would be like the one I've made for when I first started for PPP. Like that was like before I even had a name. Like it was for collecting the libraries of words for the alphabet and converting the normal words to like all capitals, and then converting those all capitals to the alphabet bits, and then like having like a secondary script to grab like the data set of like of the lyrics, I mean of the word, the transcript, and then convert those with the first script to the like proper like alphabet script. And
so that was
I can't remember.
effectively.
Yeah, like it was like ages ago.
So that was effectively the first thing that got you to start programming, right? It's just some PPP task. It looked like it was important.
Yeah, like I wanted to have like basically like before, yeah, and like doing like other point stuff like first like I didn't actually wanted to do any of this. Like I thought like oh I just want to do some like more Gothic stuff. Like I just want to have like a character from Gothic, and then like like use the Takotron 2 stuff to just have him like to say stuff, and then like I was slowly like learning then, and I was like, oh, this is quite interesting. Like, oh, like maybe I could like try making like and like create like one of my favorite like fan fiction into like an actual episode, and that's when I made the Apple Bar, and then I was like, you know what? Maybe I can try like a second one and see and maybe then like I will let it go, and then like I just kind of like keep going and going, and here I am.
So we need something like a pipeline for that for other people.
Yeah, it's just like I've said before, it's just like you need to get something to get people, like not just interested, but like give them like desire to push on, to actually like like put energy into learning this, because like yeah. Yeah, as weird it is, like I do find it like fun, like making stuff without this AI stuff. I do like points, so like those two things like kind of combine into itself. But like obviously, like everyone is like a little bit different, so it's like, it's quite complex. But on the other hand, like you do have like like if you go to like a different boards, like VG have like very big kind of AI related thread of like AI generated stories. Like they have like lots and lots of like stuff about the like stories generated with like AI programs. Well, they mostly using the novel AI, so like they don't actually do any programming themselves. But still, like like you have people like interested in posting like news about that stuff from time to time, and like same on the TG and sometimes on the CEO as well.
What about we have a pile of stuff that Anons already do, and they already do to contribute to the board. Is there any way that we can make it so that software can help them do that better or easier or faster? Or
so ways in which Anons contribute to the board. What is the main thing that Anons do to contribute to the board? They write green text, they contribute to discussions, they derail threads with shitposting, they bump threads that have reached page 10, they draw pictures. I mean, that probably covers broadly what most people do. I mean, discussing
Also tempo.
making
Can we just
content.
attach the tempo?
I mean, yeah.
Can we just attach the tempo and figure out how software can help tempo do tempo stuff better?
Probably, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't have the first idea about how to do that, but it sounds like a good thing to do for
I think that's
someone
okay.
who actually knows what
we
they're
can probably list that itself as a task. Probably list that itself as a task. Just say, go to tempo, figure out how software can help everybody there do stuff better, and bring it to us, or make that software.
Tempo already uses a lot of the resources we do, particularly the sound effects, the voices, all of that. There's already at least a little bit of overlap there, and most of the time, any AI-related material that gets posted in PPP makes its way over to Tempo and vice versa.
So I think the main inefficiency there is that we're sort of doing our own stuff, and then every now and then somebody in Tempo finds a way to use it. So it would be nice if it wasn't so haphazard, and if we could figure out what would actually help Tempo and Bale do their stuff better, and we can turn those into tasks or interface design on our side.
That much. I glance at it like once or twice a day for new content. I don't think there's any real organization in Tempo. There's no name tags or anything in there. It's just a collection of stuff. So there's no.
Yeah, people just like dropping whatever they've made to just like get comments on.
Yeah, so it's not. It's less of an organized effort, but yeah, we can work with that. I mean, of course, you don't have to attach a name to yourself to do stuff, but having at least some. Basically, what I'm saying is there doesn't seem to be any organized structure to.
I think that's okay.
It might make it a little harder to work with, but by no means impossible.
It can probably go both ways, because every now and then I see games posted to Tempo, and it'd be nice if those game developers can add APIs to their NPCs and characters, so that Anons can start, and I guess not just NPCs and characters, but just add APIs to change around different parts of the setting, so people can start modding those games and people can start developing AI for those games.
Okay. BGM says Tempo is basically just feedback and blog posting for whatever the fuck pony related shit people are making. There's no real teams or organization unless someone starts a collaborative project. That is, I think, a fair assessment of it. So
that'll be great, as long as there's some place where people as long as there's a thread or a few threads where we can go to people and say, here, can we help you, or can you help us? That'd be great.
So I mentioned already some of the general threads, especially the green text producing ones. They have people that archive the green texts that they make. Anyone who's willing to help with archiving that sort of stuff may well be willing to help make a general pony archive. There's also the fan site alternatives, like the people who make the old Burus, that sort of thing. Surely anyone who's willing and able to make those sorts of things could apply it to the Pony Preservation Project. I mean, Twifag, for example, he makes Twiburu. I mean, surely there's something he could do if sufficiently motivated.
I'm actually thinking the reverse. So whatever stuff they do, if the Pony Preservation Project can help with that, then that'll be a way to attract people to work on the Pony Preservation Project.
Yeah, either or.
Those would be things that we can set up as future goals for the Pony Preservation Project. So that
greater integration with other general threads, I guess, is what you're getting at. So we don't want the PPP thread to be just like a one insular thing. We want it to be the tools that it makes, the datasets it produces, to be something that everyone everywhere can use and contribute to. I mean, we need to build the foundation for that sort of thing to happen, and we need people to ideally help with that, because a lot of this sounds very, very nice, and it sounds doable, but for one or two people who actually know how to code, it sounds like it would take a lot of time and effort. Especially with all of the other things that we want to do on top of everything else. It's just... Because unless someone who actually knows more about coding...
There's a lot of simple things that can be done.
Because a lot of this sounds like stuff that only you, Synthbot, would be able to reasonably do. Because you're the only one with substantial code knowledge that's actively, here right now. We need more people who actually know what they're doing code-wise to help us with this shit.
think a lot of this stuff can probably be done. A lot of this stuff is probably a lot simpler than you're thinking. For example, archiving green texts. That's could be a browser plugin that automatically creates a pony paste, or that automatically turns pony pastes into links or something, or into organized lists or something.
Maybe it is easier than I think. Again, I know fuck all about programming, so what I'm seeing is a long list of tasks and a lot of grandiose ideas, but not a clear way of getting to it. And my lack of knowledge of how you get from A to B is probably making it seem like more work than it actually is.
Maybe it's something we could start on before the panel to see how well it works out.
Okay. Right. Okay, I think we've just got massively sidetracked again. Can we try and draw this back into stuff that would actually go into the panel?
That was a useful sidetrack, though.
It was useful, yes. It's good to discuss these things, but again, this is all initial discussion right now, so it doesn't matter too much if we get sidetracked, but again, staying at least broadly on topic is helpful. I think we're mostly covered for broad topics right now. I mean, everything we've got on the list right now, I think we could easily turn into just 4 hours of slides, death by PowerPoint.
Was there anything else we wanted to... So we have updates, we have future roadmap / how to contribute. Is there anything else, any broad topic we wanted to cover? It doesn't have to be technical or it doesn't have to be productive. It's just
okay. So stuff, not stuff that we would discuss, but stuff that we would need for the panel, art assets, that sort of thing. So, Gothic, you mentioned earlier like a drawing you wanted to do. Can I scroll up and find that? Was this something that you wanted to do as like the cover image of the
No, not the whole thing. Like, I just want to use the tiny like element from it where there's like a PPP laboratories. Like you could see it on
like you
the
want to add like
island.
the PPP laboratories to this map, basically. Is
No. They're already there. Like you see that blue dot next to the lake. Like if you zoom in on the picture. Like I think you're gonna need to open the picture on the new.
Yeah, I will. Done. Ah, there it is. I saw.
Yeah, basically you have that thing in the background somewhere.
Okay, how long's that been there?
Oh, this particular image is like at least like 1 year or 2 old. Like I'm not sure if someone make like new stuff.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that was made in 2001.
Okay. Remind
because it have mentioned like the premiere of like G5 stuff, and G5 stuff is already on, so like yeah, it's quite old.
Okay, I see. So last year we had this, and the year before that we had a slightly less detailed version of it. I'm just thinking broadly of what we could do for this and any other slides that require, like, quote-unquote art on it. What's another good example? These sorts of things that we made. This. And this. Yeah, this was one you made, I'm pretty sure, Gothic.
I've added the image, like to
you edited the image to make it anon and put the ponies in the background.
Yeah.
So I'm just thinking about stuff like that we could use. I mean, as it stands, this panel's going to be an hour longer than last year. We could have, if you imagine anyone who's been to university, you can be in a lecture hall. We could have someone giving a lecture and the entire room is just asleep. just as a broad idea. Anything else we could go for?
The PPP lab one sounds pretty cool. If we can blow it up and add a bunch more detail.
Yeah, so the thing about the PPP lab is that it's very small and doesn't have
No,
much,
this is like basically like pixel art
detail.
stuff.
Yeah.
Tiny
I don't mean,
stuff. So.
I mean,
why is it
literally just-
radioactive? What are we doing that's radioactive? What are you guys doing that you're not telling me?
Actually, that one, the one Robo Pony guy, he was talking about using plasma for cleaning things.
Okay.
Maybe he's doing something with radioactive materials.
Plasma isn't inherently radioactive. I mean, plasma is just something that's been heated up to the point where you strip its outer electrons. Like it's the material the sun is made out of, essentially. It doesn't have to be radioactive. But yeah. I'm just going. It's been ages since I've seen something like this, so I'm just going around looking at the rest. Do not enter the catacombs in the PPP laboratory. Okay. Okay. What else?
It's just like basically like a map, like most of the common threads that happen on the board. Just some fun little stuff.
The paste bin catastrophe, like just the messages in the bottle swirling into a whirlpool. Okay. Right. So any other topics? I don't know. Or anything else we would need to get done? I've already mentioned scraping for the mega compilation. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to go back on Desu Archive and go through thread by thread, pick out any Smutty Horse, YouTube links, whatever. Throw them all into a spreadsheet and then make a video out of it.
I do have like another year worth of like pony images that we can sort through, like last year.
You mean like the robot ponies that go in the corner of the slides?
Yeah, I got some more collected.
Okay, that sounds good.
You don't have to go through every thread now. So we have the searchable archive of all Desu Archive posts. So we can search those for the smutty links.
Okay. Any smutty links? Any files? Catbox, Stop Moe, I think it's called. Any YouTube links?
You wanna paste a list of the types of links that we should search for, and I can try to run a script to go through just the PPP threads.
Yes, I don't have to do that right now, but so basically what I'll do is once I have those, I'll put them in a spreadsheet, and they will have things like the link, a name for it, like for anything substantial that deserves being named, the name of who made it if applicable, and the date it was posted, because I want these to be roughly in date order to show progress over time. And then I can link to that spreadsheet for anyone who goes, ooh, I want that one particular thing, can I get a link to it? They can just search that spreadsheet, and then that spreadsheet can be something that updates as that can be added to as new stuff is posted.
So if you give me the types of links, like smutty links, box links, YouTube links, then I can get a list of all the links that have been posted to the thread. Then
this and tempo as well.
Yeah, for this one and tempo, I can. Yeah. Then all you'd have to do is go through them and label them.
I can do that. Where did I put the mega compilation? Here it is. A list of link types to search. Right. Smutty.was audio/video type only. I don't need stuff like PNG or TXT. YouTube. There's going to be a lot of false positives with YouTube, I'm sure, and probably Smarty Horse as well. Just those two alone should cover about 90% of all the links that we would encounter, but I'm sure there's a few outliers. A non-file. So any of the other common file sharing websites? What are the other ones?
It'd be easier if you list them out because
I'm just trying to think of other ones off the top of my head, because I'm sure there's like Files Catbox or something that it's called. I just need to find the exact name of it, but there probably isn't one to hand.
Catbox.moy.
I don't know. Would be Ponychip would be worth it to add? Maybe, I don't know.
Probably, yeah. Catbox.moy. PonyTube, yes. What other kinds of them? I mean, I'm okay with getting 95% of the stuff, and that list would probably give us 95%. I mean, I'm sure there's a few obscure things in there, but I mean, can you think of any other file sharing things that people might use?
Voca does something.
I didn't get that.
Was that Vocaroo?
Vocaroo. Oh, Vocaroo. I'm not sure how well that archives things. Oh, there was that other one that we used way back when, the clip.it. That was where 15 posted his very first audio things. Most of those I'm pretty sure are dead. There were possibly a few different links used for the very, very first samples as well, like pre-alpha Twilight. I don't know off the top of my head what those would have been.
1 second, I need to... I'm gonna be right back. One second.
Alright, sure. Let me go back to, like, the first or second, third PPP thread. Thread number, subject. It would be subject, wouldn't it? Only preservation. Reject. Red.
Mistyped preservation.
3. I'd mistype preservation. Just search that. No. Will it find Pony Preservation Project at all? It's taking longer, which implies it's doing something. Yes. Okay.
I hope so. Otherwise, it'll be very difficult for me to search those.
Thread 5? I mean, I can't remember when it actually got named. Surely by the 10th thread we worked out the name.
You can just you can search OP. Okay, there we go.
And then I can just go last thread. So Pony Preservation Project in 9, 8.
You can also search opening posts only, and then reverse the order by time.
What is this? Institude. I mean, well, that's not very helpful, is it? I mean, we can try. I'm pretty sure I already have these archived, like, on my machine personally, but we can... There you go. It's worth at least looking for anything that isn't dead.
What's the title of this? Okay, still Pony Preservation Project.
Can you repeat? Yeah, so these first ones were Clip It. Pony Preservation Project. Yeah, so this is the first, presumably the first time. My god, so many anchor posts.
Back when we actually used to use it.
Yeah, I mean, most of these are probably me saying, yes, I'm clipping things. This was before I started using the name. Yeah, most of these are probably me. It shows you how quickly I was sticking through these. Anyway,
The second thread?
This will be the second thread, I think, yes. Didn't even have a title. Clip it. Pony ML. Yeah, catbox.moe. We already got that. Clip it. Okay. I think we're at the point where we can get most things. All but the most obscure things. Yeah. Yeah, okay. I think that's good enough for now. I'm just reminiscing on old memories. Yeah, so audio video type only, that applies to all of these. So yeah.
I won't be able to.
Yeah, obviously it won't apply to YouTube or Vocal or Clip It, they're all audio and video.
Exactly.
But things like Smutty Horse, they have like .mp4, .wav, .flac, that sort of thing. Obviously I don't need things like maybe it would be useful to include zips, just in case. But zips and archives, so 7Z, tar, that sort of thing. Basically anything that's unlikely to be audio or video, don't bother. I don't need text, I don't know what the fuck else, but PNG, JPEGs, I don't need those. Okay, once I have a big list of... can you order these links by, like, the post number or the date or something like that?
I should be able to give the post number and date for all these.
And name, if applicable. Like, if...
What name?
Yeah, if someone posted with a name. Yes. So basically, if someone posted with... Because I would like...
I'd be able to do that.
You don't know if you'd be able to do that. Okay. It's not absolutely essential, it's just nice to do, because if someone puts a name on something, chances are they want, like, credit for it, which is fair enough. I mean, most of them will be anon, and that's fine as well, but for those who would like it...
Okay, you mean poster name? Yeah, poster name I can put.
Yeah, poster name. I mean, it'll be... Contributor name will be anon by default, but... I mean, guys like Geek Brony, that sort of thing. Myself, BGM, Gothic.
Yeah, I can do that.
Mm-hmm. Gothic is back. Okay. Alright, so if you get me that list, I can sift through it, label it, put it in a spreadsheet, and then make a rough video with it. Because, again, I'm not going to do any visuals. Well, I'll do, like, on-screen... Like, this was posted by Anon on this date, and it's got this title, that sort of thing. Okay. And then, hopefully, once we've got that spreadsheet up and running, it will be something that's... It'll be manual, but I can monitor tempo and PPP and add things to it as we go. It'll be like a similar thing to... the Good Pony content folder, now that I think about it. Except it'll be just a raw dump of everything, with little filtering or categorization. Because I intend this just to be one big long dump of stuff. Okay. That should be enough on that for now, so give me the list, I'll do the rest. Anything else to talk about? Just note for time, I've got about an hour left before I need to go off and, well, sleep.
If time, then maybe we can start dumping this into the meta presentation, so we can see roughly how we want to order things.
Sure. me just put Pony Preservation Project thread back on my other screen so I can monitor it. Not that anyone seems to be posting. I mean, people make a whole song and dance about not being involved in the planning. It doesn't look like many people actually want to be involved. Or maybe it's just an inconvenient time for people, I don't know. Anyway, okay. An amazing title. So, roughly 5 minutes of AI stuff. Especially songs, because that's the new thing. Okay. We can reference what we did last time. So we went straight into Who Are We? So we stayed on this slide for probably 5 to 10 minutes after the audio was finished, as I would, well, as we did the little opening skit of Clipper being fake, and then me just talking broadly about the Pony Preservation Project.
I'm pretty sure I did post the timeline stuff like forever ago.
Yes, yes, you did have that. Could you stick a link to that in the chat again? I can add that to the planning.
Okay, one second. Let me just get it again.
Okay, so who are we? I'm gonna. I think for the first few slides, we can at least we can broadly follow what we did last time. Opening speech. PPP is great. Opening speech / skit. Who are we? Intros of everyone presenting. New slide. Overview. A list of the stuff we'll talk about. Okay, and then beyond that, we have this. So, okay. So, recap of previous panels. Or, actually, it's probably better to do. What is the PPP? Unless we already covered that in this. Let me reference last year's script, actually. Because I was quite happy with how that came out. Yeah. The script for last year. Yes.
One second,
Yeah, because I gave an
find
overview.
The image, but I do have the actual file, so I'm just gonna find that instead.
Alright, fine. So yeah, I gave a general overview of the project on the title slide. It's probably fine to do that again this year. Opening speech, skit, intro to PPP. Oops. Well, I do hope we get more people. So this was already kind of covered, like the what is the PPP. I think I'll move that down here and change it to something else. Recap of previous panels and we did like an AI overview. Do we want to do that again?
Here I've posted in the chat.
Very
At least a brief one.
brief overview of AI.
Last time we had one slide on it.
Yeah, one slide. Ah, yes. So this is a rather autistic breakdown of everything that we did that we did last.
Where did this come from?
Gothic made this.
Oh well, okay, nice.
Like 3 hours, 1 5-minute break. I think maybe we can do a little bit better this year. I mean, maybe we'll be nice enough to let people have 2 breaks.
I have faith that we will have a shorter break this time.
A lot of the content fags ran off. Yeah, see, the thing is, when it comes to talking about making content, we already kind of did everything there is to do last time. Everything else that you could talk about in content creation is very broadly applicable to anything else and is less specific to AI.
At the BGM's point, a lot of the content fags are off, and a lot
Yeah.
of the AI fags too.
Yeah.
I mean, Vol is making the panel on like making music, so at least there's that. Obviously,
Yeah,
it's not
I'm pretty sure
really-
Vol is the guy who makes the good songs. Like, all the good songs that aren't made by BGM, I'm pretty sure are made by Vol. He never posts the name, but I'm pretty sure it's him. Okay, I'll keep that there for now.
First time I'm hearing about Vol.
Yeah, I don't know him very well either, but
he sometimes posts in the tempo threads and PPP threads, but like that's quite rare. Like usually just like only when he has like stuff to drop off for his songs.
okay.
I am looking forward for his panel. It's actually like something like I'm quite interested in like knowing more.
Actually, BGM, if you're struggling for stuff to do for this panel, maybe see about getting onto Vol's panel. You both do similar things. I think it'd be good to have both of you on there. Okay. So after modern AI, we get on to our first topic. Is there anything else that we would want to cover in prelims? I don't know.
Yes, all the hype stuff.
Hype stuff. Okay.
So, overview, not recap, not brief overview of AI. Maybe. So.
All
to be
the
hype for
awesome stuff that's been done.
And that should cover PPP stuff and AI stuff.
All the awesome stuff that's been done recently. So, Orknet, new data sets, first pony image, text generators. Okay. We could have a strap into the ride as we go on. 4 hours of AI.
Pure pony. The pure pony pleasure.
Yes. It may be so amazing that you feel the need to go to sleep. You must resist. Alright, keep arms, legs, inside vehicle at all times. Twilight will forcibly upload anyone who falls asleep. Okay. So this will be our first title slide, probably. How do I change the, is it format? No.
Right click on the slide.
Right click on the slide.
On
apply
the
layout, right. Title. So what are we doing first? It's probably better to not kill people with AI, first of all, so history / update. We'll think of a better title for it later. Or now, if you have any better suggestions. I have not thought at all about history and updating. I imagine this would be a section that I
got
do.
like an image. Let me see if I can post it.
You've got an image. Okay.
I think you have a giant 200-page document too, right?
Ah, yes, this.
Right. Bad clown.
I do like this image. It's good. It's a pretty good summary. Okay. Oh yeah, so Gothic, as Snowball just said, didn't you have like another stupidly autistic document of everything that's happened in the Pony Preservation Project in the past
One
year?
second, let me just...
I think that's going to be something that's amazingly useful in writing this section. I imagine that this is going to be something that I mostly do.
Can you just check if it's like editable by anyone, or if it's like just visible? I'll just post like... one second, how do I... Let's say... Technical problems. Could you first check if it's like editable? Like I don't want to post it in the primary chat because like I'm kind of worried like someone could just select everything, just delete it. So like before that, like I just want to have like a quick run by you.
Yeah, it is editable.
It's editable.
Ah shit. 1 second, let me just
just change to anyone can view. And then share with specific people, and then just stick our emails in it.
Yeah, let me change that first. And then I would like share it like with everyone because like I don't want... I do have backups, but the backups are quite, few months old. So, 1 second.
I think you actually gave me admin privileges, so I could change my own permissions. So yeah, I was able to change everybody to viewer only.
I already done it.
Do you wanna make sure that it works, Clipper?
I will open it again. Yes, but yeah, how do you make it so that people can have like, oh, I'm just going to accidentally make it so that anyone can not only edit it, but can also... Yeah, I have to request edit access.
Okay, nice. You're good now.
You have to edit. You have to.
Anyone who has the link can access, but I cannot edit. No. I need to be added.
I'm changing some stuff. I think I fixed it. Let me... Yeah, I think I've added you to editors and like anyone else to just be able to view. At least that's what the settings are showing on my end.
Yes, looks like I can edit it now.
Let me open it in like different browser and like see if it actually does what it's supposed to be doing.
Yep. I'm looking at the the sharing.
That's,
Everything looks
that's right.
correct. Okay. I can safely keep it on the screen now.
Now post that thing in the chat, I guess.
I will also copy this and put it in a link in the planning document. So, history. Where's the history? General update history. Okay. Autistic list of events. I'll add that as a link. There you go. Right, for future reference.
Just anyone in the chat, like keep in mind that's written by me, and I have very, very strong bias about stuff. So there might be some shit post written by me as well in the comments on commenting on stuff.
Fucking
so
God.
Just be prepared.
How the fuck did you fill 333 pages of this shit? What are you doing?
No, just like once a week I just look at the thread and just like see like, oh, this post is interesting, that post is interesting, just like copy and paste. So just like like
I mean,
usually it's just like 3 or 4 like 5 posts. You add it up for
at this
entire
point, I
year,
may as well
and
just go back and read through all the threads anyway. We've archived the entire. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna have to pare this down a lot, but Jesus Christ. Okay. On one hand, I'm happy that this information is here, but on the other hand, I know I'm gonna have to trawl through most of this.
This is slightly more than 4 hours of content.
Yeah. I mean, we could just post a link to this and say, here you go, here's your panel.
yeah, just put it in one of the text-to-speech programs. Just have it read top to bottom for like 4 hours.
Oh my god. Okay.
Joking, but that actually sounds kind of nice.
Twilight Sparkle, ASMR, the history of the PPP 2021.
Yeah. Twilight Sparkle bores you to death ASMR. Yes. Okay. Right. We are gonna have to go through that at a later date and actually pick out what's properly important for history and general update. So what I'll do is I'll just add a placeholder slide. Apply layout, just this. History update placeholder. A bunch of slides. General PPP history and recap of its developments. I have no idea how many slides that's going to end up being, but my money's on at least 20. I mean, especially when I'm writing presentations, I have a habit of just more slides equals better presentation. Not always to my benefit, so... A lot of the presentations that I gave as part of my undergraduate degree, they always had time limits, and for the life of me, I could not understand how anyone would be able to stand there, talk for 2 minutes, and then say, yeah, that's it. Whereas the time limit was more like 15 minutes. Because I would always be struggling to pare down everything. So for a 15-minute presentation, I would have like 30 slides somehow. I would start from 30 slides and I have to start axing things like, no, there's too much, I can't talk about that, I can't talk about that. Or I could, but it would go over my time limit.
I made that mistake once in middle school where we were supposed to give a 30-second to 1-minute presentation, and mine ended up going for about 20 minutes.
Well, I mean, honestly, anyone who can talk for 20 minutes about anything is probably worth listening to. I mean, it's probably something that they know a fair bit about.
I was talking about George Washington. With the American founding fathers.
I mean, how can you sum all of that up in 1 minute?
Exactly. Exactly.
I mean, some guys came over with a flag and some boats, and they committed some genocide, and oh, here's a new country. Done. I mean, that's about as much detail as you can go into for 30 seconds. Anyway. Okay, so what's coming after history? Okay, so we are going to have an entire segment on animation. I think that warrants its own thing. Just a segment where we let Synthbot off the leash to talk for an hour about everything he hates about Adobe Animate.
That might be too much time for me. It's just me to be talking. I mean, I could do it. It's just people would probably revolt.
So
we could be me and Gothic, so we can go back and forth.
Data collection updates. Okay, so we could maybe do it as like a transition. So at the end of this history segment, I've got too many fucking tabs. At the end of this history segment, I could transition into talking. I could end it by talking about the new datasets we have, which could then nicely transition into you and Gothic talking about datasets, which can then transition into a segment on animation, for example.
Yeah, so on the data updates, I would like to spend as much of it interleaved with your history section as possible, so we don't have a straight block of technical stuff, or at least an hour-long block of technical stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And then for anything remaining, I can reference the old previous stuff and add additional stuff.
Integrated with data updates or AI updates.
Yeah, either would work.
Updates.
Why not the AI updates actually? Because what do you mean AI updates actually?
Just updates to any AIs that have happened specifically to the Pony Preservation Project, or any advancements in AI that are relevant to the PPP.
And maybe afterwards we can have a summary slide, but most of the discussion should happen during the history.
/Gothic. Okay. Actually, I will say it can be integrated. It will be. Integrate with data AI updates. Interludes from
stuff
Gothic
like
Synthbot.
Stuff like Gothic's pipeline for creating the soft prompts. We can put that in a separate section because that's a pretty self-contained workflow sort of thing.
Mm-hmm. Okay. It's to avoid long technical segments. So, based on feedback from previous years, we seem to have a fairly even mix of people who really, really like technical stuff, people who are interested in the history but don't really care for the technical, and people who just want to listen to AI content. It seems fairly evenly mixed based on the kinds of feedback that I've read from previous presentations. So I would say that having a long technical segment is okay, and I think that's what animation is best suited for. But I do...
Okay, that's a good point. So maybe in that case, it would make sense to have technical segments, like really in-depth technical segments, the sectioned off as their own thing, so we can have clear start and end points for those, and so people can bathroom breaks or whatever
AI
breaks
data/AI updates. Interludes from. I'm just trying to word this. So these interludes that yourself and Gothic may do for AI and data updates, they would be somewhat technical, but not in depth.
Yes.
Okay. With moderately technical.
Okay, yeah, I get your point. So for the low technical, like the technical adjacent stuff, we can interleave with history. Maybe for the in-depth technical stuff, we can put in a separate segment.
Yep. Okay. So history then weaves into the new datasets, which is where things start to get a bit more technical, I would presume. Apply layout, AI / data set updates, or is there a better way of wording this? Because we have
just
sort
dataset
of
updates here.
we sort of would have covered this broadly.
Yeah, I don't know how much in-depth stuff we can go on about AI updates other than Gothic's soft prompt pipeline. So maybe here we can have dataset updates, and then the dataset updates leads pretty naturally into the soft prompt side.
Or depending on how technical he wants to make it, it can be its own self-contained slide in the history section as well. How technical will yours be, Gothic? I mean, do you want it to be super technical? Are you happy to do just?
I mean, most of the
what would you
technical
prefer?
stuff I've already presented in the video for like how to use it and in the post. So I guess like it would mostly be just like in general, like
Pretty
a bit of
interesting
like
stuff,
the
though.
process of like how it get from like being an idea to being the final thing.
I'd actually recommend making that one more technical, and maybe we can spend some time going down into the details of how the AI works on that side, because I think that's a side of natural language generation that isn't often covered in the research, but that people that like technical things would probably be really interested in.
Okay.
Okay,
Data
like
set
then
updates. So, Gothic's soft.
So it might be worth having an entire section just on soft prompts, and then we can go through your pipeline, and wherever possible, we can go into detail about Cobalt is doing under the hood. I can help out with that.
Technical aspects of datasets. What else to include?
So I'm gonna put this one. So this one, maybe we can put it under a separate section, like
Yeah.
an AI updates section.
Call it whatever you want. I mean, it's all placeholder. Speech updates.
So I added 2 new slides before your current slide. So one was for the dataset updates, and the second one was just the title slide. So technical aspects of new
AI
datasets.
text generation offline and collab plus some bot finfic archive dataset tag system pipeline for creating specialized models. Is that something that would go into this technical thing?
Yeah, let me open up where you
Actually,
are.
it's probably better to let you populate this since you actually know what you're on about. I'm just picking stuff out.
I think it's mostly just copy paste from here.
Yeah, I'm just picking stuff out from the list, stuff that looks like it should fit in there.
Section are we even in?
We've got dataset updates and we've got AI updates. Okay.
So one, I guess a question. So this data infrastructure under future roadmap stuff, that's something we want to talk about depth, or is it just something we want to cover as like a short thing for future direction?
I think that's a future direction thing, because I mean, what we would like to do is make all of these data sets easily accessible for anyone who knows how to use them. And then we can give a broad overview of what it is that we would like to do. The exact how, that can be mentioned in like the how to contribute later on, I suppose. I don't know how technical it actually is, so it's hard for me to judge.
So the reason I'm saying that is because it's actually I got it. So one of the things I'd want to discuss during the data side is IPFS, which is what the downloader. It's basically I'm hosting a bunch of data and what the downloader is centered around, and that's a decent chunk of the technical side for new stuff going on in how what's making the data side easier for me to manage at least. So that's You want that's not on the dock? Let me just add it.
Alrighty.
Actually, like I would be interested in this kind of like stuff, but like like Clipper have said before, like it will be kind of like difficult to like make this stuff like fun to listen to. Like I don't know.
Don't worry about making it fun just yet. We'll worry about that when we write the actual script. Just we're putting ideas on the board for now.
I think we've been reasonably good about that in the past. So,
I mean, if you ever feel like something's being too boring, we can add it to the script where I interject with something. I don't know. So basically what you're saying is blah 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 funny gag. Animation will be its own separate section, I think. I mean, animation deserves its own, I think, because it's cool, and it's new and interesting, and there's a lot of shit to talk about, a lot of things that go wrong, and a lot of technical stuff to talk about.
Sure. So you mean a separate section or separate what?
Yeah, I think animation is big enough to warrant its own whole section. I'm sure there's enough to talk about.
So the dataset stuff flows into the AI stuff pretty naturally. So I'll put animation before that.
Yeah. So datasets flow into animation, and datasets flow into AI.
Where should I squeeze the small hype about like learning to programming
stuff? You can put that somewhere in the technical area. Maybe at the very end. I don't know. We can worry about the exact placement later, but if it's going to go anywhere, it would go in this technical segment somewhere. Probably the AI. I mean, we're talking about developments in AI and developments in in dataset, neither of which really have a natural breakpoint for. Oh, by the way, here's how to code.
We could do it under the AI updates, just because the soft prompt stuff is reusing Cobalt AI's existing scripts. So if the development is focused on things that are like creating data sets or modifying scripts, then we can put it there. Like refining data sets or just refining things, then we can put it there.
Well, primarily I was thinking like it's just like being like very, very bare bones of like stuff of like just get people like interested. And then like maybe like you have like your stuff I would like, you know, like once you get good a little bit, like you can get this little advanced
would work. Maybe this would be how to contribute. Like it can be one slide in the how to contribute section.
No, it's gonna be too in-depth / technical for the how to contribute section.
Oh, okay. I'll take your word for it.
It's something you can interleave with some things I say in the dataset side or some things you say during the soft prompt side. So, for example, for like the Desu and Moe data, can you talk about? Actually, Clippers ask about getting the links, getting the content posted. Would that be a good test case?
Well, second, this is where like I've asked people if they were interested, and like they've given me some like responses that I've based my like idea for this page.
Mm-hmm.
Give me a second to read through it.
Oh, you don't see the replies.
Yeah, for some reason I don't see
what you using
to it.
That's
just 4chan. That's weird. I mean, I can just Control F your post, but
my second post is this one, so you can Control F that one, and it has like responses to the people who responded to me. Oh, that can also work. That's fine too.
Yeah, you need to spoon feed. You need to show people, hey, this is a cool thing you can do with coding.
It looks like the responses are mixed on that post.
I mean, the thing is just like, for example, the macros. It's like the macro is not even like proper programming. It's like basically you recording your keyboard or mouse doing stuff and just have it
Yes.
repeated.
Oh, I don't know if that counts as coding, but that is something that I quote-unquote coded to help me with processing transcripts.
So I think that would be like a good like baby steps for people to, ease into like doing actual programming. And then you have regular expression, which is like, once again, like it's kind of a code, but it's more of like a searching tool. And then you can like kind of like combine those two with like some basic of Python. Like I was thinking about like I'm pretty sure I've written down to just basically the shield the automate the boring stuff with Python, and that has like a lot of little tasks to teach people how to do stuff.
Okay. It doesn't look like anyone actually replied to your second post with any further. Okay. Which thread is this? Right, bail.
That was posted over a week ago.
I see. This is something I didn't ever actually pay much attention to. Maybe I should have. Did anyone do any AI audio stuff in it that you remember?
Not that I remember.
Or is it just
but at the same,
was it
same
just
time,
MS Paint drawings?
Yeah, for the most part, it's just like people who like just starting to do like drawing and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I've got about 15 minutes on my normal schedule left, but that doesn't mean you have to stop typing things on here. I mean, I don't think we have to stream absolutely everything that we do. I mean, just typing little things on the script, on the spreadsheet, on the doc. That's fine. As long as we give proper updates and stream when we're doing something meaningful.
I mean, people can, look up the links and like just
they can
see what's new.
Okay. What else can we do in the remaining time? Yep, you've added that. Do we have a slide for animation? You've added it there. Okay. Cool.
I'll probably need to flesh it out to figure out what exactly the updates are.
Yeah, so we don't need to actually flesh anything out just yet. We're just putting the sections broadly in place. Then we've got future roadmap and how to contribute, I suppose, would be the next things. Or maybe like one or two summary slides of everything we've just talked about. Or maybe at the end of every segment we can have like a TLDR. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Like a 1 slide, 1 minute TLDR of every segment at the end.
So I like the idea of the hype slide for programming. I don't know. We probably don't want to go in depth in these, but maybe
yeah, definitely not. But
you can have a one-liner each of these showing them off, and then the use for them. There's probably other stuff. I'll have to think about it, but there's probably more we can do to hype this. But it's probably not going to be in depth though. Is that okay, Gothic?
Yeah, that's basically the general idea, to just have it be like 5, maybe 10 minutes, no longer than that.
What were you saying having at the end, Clipper?
At the end of every major segment, like a 1 slide, 1 minute TLDR.
Okay. So people that win right before the beginning of the next segment can see that, I guess.
Mm-hmm. People who fell asleep have a second chance.
I added a separate section in the meta docs for notes like that, so we can review that at the end.
Any other major segments that we need to cover? Let me... New slide. Change layout. So we've got how to contribute, and yeah, how to future work should probably go before that. Not
future and you.
Change apply layout. Future roadmap. I wonder if we could come up with like a PPP title for every single segment. I'm terrible at puns, but I don't know. Is that something that would be even vaguely possible? It sounds like it would be funny, but
like maybe if we like
I don't think
extend it to like
I'm not literary
computers and
gifted enough.
horses. That should be doable with like horses and computers and stuff. Like I can tell you right now, like for my little hype slides, I do want to have like out of those shitty little food puns.
I've just had a random idea. Keep talking.
Yeah, I like like because like this is gonna be at least like an hour in, I would imagine, without everything before it. At least like half an hour. So like people would, like they kind of like oh like you have lots of this technical stuff, and then I will be like, wham, you have like this terrible dash pans after another pan. To just have like people like, oh, you have information, but it's just kind of like presented in this like kind of like like kind of like not very proper way. That's kind of very jokey, but at the same time kind of like like simple enough, like so it's not very technical. You have like technical stuff explained it in like non-technical way, if that makes sense.
So it's just littering everything with puns and humor.
Yeah.
So the one random idea that I've just had for a theme for the presentation. Throughout the entire presentation, we can have small, gradually escalating glitches, which seem harmless, but actually lead up to Twilight AI taking over the presentation at the end. I don't know how we would actually execute that or what the end state would look like, but it's just a random little thought I've had for...
Oh, you mean like in form of like one of those creepypasta texts when you have like normal text going and then you have like
not necessarily.
Could be
like
Twilight trying to hack into the presentation.
Yeah, Twilight. So there's like in the corner, like a tiny bit of it's been ripped off, and there's some source code exposed, like some ones and zeros, or there's just a random Twilight clip faintly playing in the background in one of the slides. There's just random little visual audio glitches that gradually escalate. That seem like something that at the very start could be easily passed off as, oh, well, the stream's just being a little bit weird, that gradually escalates into, why the fuck can't I control my computer? Oh god, it's escape containment. That sort of thing. Well, we can think about that a bit more later. Okay. Bloop. Okay, I think we've got a good general layout.
We have a starting point at least.
Yes. Okay, so question to both of you: how frequently do you want to make these? Because I would still like to do my animating a little bit. I want to get this animating done at least in time for /MLPCon. But I obviously can't do that if I'm devoting 100% of my time to this.
I think the next, a big chunk of the next work is just going to be working solo, fleshing out these sections, and maybe Gothic and I working together to flesh out some of the programming and soft prompt sections. But otherwise, we can dump stuff into a slide, review each other's slides, and then convene after.
Tell you what, then, BGM, if you're still here, still listening, could you give Gothic admin access on the SciTube channel? That way, if only Synthbot and Gothic happen to be talking about making an AI site, for example, Gothic can do a stream on there that I don't have to attend if I'm not actively working on what they're doing. That way, we're not relying entirely on me to get these things going. I don't know if you're still here listening or not, so
I'll take like 10 seconds to hear it.
Yeah, I'll just wait and see if he says anything. But anything else we need to address? Because it's coming up to 11 o'clock now, and I need to go to bed sometime soon.
I think so. It would be nice if, I guess we don't have too much flexibility on the fonts here, right? So that's I just copied what we had from the previous sections.
Yeah.
But otherwise,
yeah, it's okay. Last year we had the
ponies.
This font for non-technical, and then we had like a more digital font for the technical stuff. We could do that again. We could do anything we want. Really.
Also had the small. Oh, okay. So last year we had the small robo ponies on the bottom right corner. So I guess this year it would be Twilight breaking into the presentation in the bottom right corner.
Yep. I mean, we can have robo ponies, but there can be just every 2 or 3 slides. There's just something that's slightly off.
That would be cool. That seems difficult, but that would be cool.
Oh, one second. I actually may have some stuff like that. One second. If you give me like just a minute, I may actually have like a bit or two.
Maybe after a certain point, they all start to look increasingly like Twilight. You end up with an army of Twilights.
Go for the last panel. I have like 2 GIFs that are kind of like related to what you're talking about.
Twilight has infected everyone watching. Twilight virus on everyone's computer now.
Like if you go to the last slide.
Last slide, okay.
Yeah, I have 2 images. So we can like insert somewhere.
Okay.
Like, is it something like you are talking about, or like is it like too much?
Yeah, if we can recolor those to Twilight's colors.
Towards the end, like this is what I like. This one I imagine is like the end state. Like it's very overtly glitching the entire thing. I have no idea how difficult it'll be to animate something like this on like a slideshow.
Are like absolutely like painful. Like you would have to be like you would have to be first like turn into like a movie bit, and then that movie bit into images, and then that images into like a GIF file. Like this is.
Yeah, so you can have GIF files of just glitching that you can activate as you would normally go through the slides just with the mouse. You can have audio things that play when you click and don't actually show like the little audio symbol on the slide. That's how I did the Who Wants to Be a Millionaire slides a while ago. Oh, actually, there was one question that I never actually played. So to finish this off, do you want to play? Do you want to see if you can answer a question?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, let's see.
Okay, I need to get this off. I just need to go and find...
Oh, that's some nice background.
Yes, it is. So for this, I think... So on the little screen share I'm doing for you, you won't hear the audio. So in order to hear the audio, I think you will want to unmute the stream on SciTube. Yes, here we go. When it loads. I see BGM has just joined again in the log. Don't know if you heard BGM earlier, but would you be able to give Gothicanon admin access on this SciTube? That way he can use his YouTube channel to do streaming of planning sessions when I'm not around. That way we're not entirely dependent on me for doing these streams. Okay, I think it's this one. Yes. Right. Here we go. So, for reference, this is something that I imagine potentially being like the £1 million question. So, something that I think is quite difficult, but is still doable for someone who knows their stuff. You ready? Yeah, actually, I'll tell you what, I'll just put the chat on the other side so it's not covered.
1 second. Oh, like people in the YouTube chat are a bit confused. You forgot to give them the link to here. Oh well, it's kind of late.
The very, very first post in the YouTube chat is, I'm not monitoring the YouTube chat. So really, they only have themselves to blame for not reading. Anyway, let's do the thing that we were here to do, and then we can end the stream. Best of luck. I'm going to let you both confer on this question, I think, because it is difficult. And you're here, you may as well. Best of luck, here we go. Twilight Sparkle's cutie mark is made up of a cluster of 6 pointed stars. In total, how many points are there on her cutie mark? 36, 42, 48, and 54.
Boy.
Any initial thoughts?
I'm gonna go with C, but I don't know. Like I'm guessing.
I'm gonna go with.
But yeah, but it could be D because like she have like lots of stars.
So can you picture a cutie mark in your mind? I'm sure there's many people out there who picture Twilight's cutie mark on a regular basis. That's why I think this is a difficult yet fair question.
Fortunately, I would have guessed less than 36, so I'm gonna go with 36.
Okay, Synthbot votes for 36, and Gothic voted for 48?
Yeah, I voted for C.
Do you two want to come to a consensus? Otherwise, I'll flip a coin.
Okay,
I'm
why do you
gonna
say?
go with A.
Why do you say 48 though?
I don't know. It just like seems she have like lots of like stars, so there will be lot more points and like. But I think
that means they would need 8 points per star, right?
So
yeah,
Twilight has a bunch of stars on her butt. They all have
yeah,
6 points each. So would it be
wait,
potentially?
hold on.
Would it be more helpful to ask how many
No,
stars does she
sorry,
have?
I think I'm confusing Sivbot. I think Sivbot is
I think you're
correct.
No. I don't think I'm correct. So unfortunately, she has. Are we talking about one cutie mark or both sides of her flank?
We are accounting only for one butt cheek here. It is one instance of the cutie mark. So if the question was how many apples on Applejack's cutie mark, the answer would be 3, not 6.
Okay, so I guess the question is how many how many points does each star have?
Twilight Sparkle has a bunch of stars. Every single one of them has 6 points on them. They're all 6
She
pointed
has
stars.
main star and like 5 little stars around the main star. So together she have the 6 stars.
Are they 6 pointed? Yeah, I think there's. Are they 6 pointed stars? That's the question.
Yes, I think there are.
This is not a trick question. All of the stars on her butt have 6 points.
6 by 6 is yeah, it's 36. Yeah, you are correct. That's the
okay. Let's go with A.
I'm gonna go with A. Final answer.
Yeah, it's A.
Yes.
Okay.
What is it, Twilight?
Well, we can tell that she has at least 2 stars. But is it 36? No.
Oh.
The answer is 42. So, let me get you a picture of Twilight. So, I very much hope that no one is cheating. But what I think a lot of people might have forgotten to account for is Twilight has 2 stars in the center of her mark.
Oh yes, she have like this weird double star thing going on. Yeah, I forgot about that.
I'm looking it up now.
So...
Oh my god.
I'm just trying to find a good picture.
So technically she doesn't have 6 stars. She have like 7 stars.
So many of these pictures have the stupid fucking wings on them, covering half the mark. God damn. Here we go. Here's a good picture of it.
That's pretty good.
So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 stars. 7 by 6 is 42.
That's a good question.
So yeah, tough, but I think fair. Especially for what I envision being one of the top tier questions for a theoretical / MLP who wants to be a millionaire quiz.
Were you planning on doing this as a side thing or what?
What I would have loved to do is just have like various MLP related merch be like the prizes instead of cash, with the ultimate prize being like a life-size plushie or something. But the issue with that is I would have no way to verify that anyone isn't cheating. Yeah. So yeah, it's more of a pipe dream for me.
It'd make a pretty cool regular thread though.
It would be a great idea for a panel. Just the fact that I would not be able to reasonably enforce like people not looking up the answers.
I think it's okay if people. So if you do something like poll.horse, then the people that want to look up the answer are just going to do it. The ones that don't, they're not going to see the spoilers from the people that do.
You see, one of the things that we could do with the SciTube chat, we could have like it could be one person sitting in the chair who's ultimately responsible for the answers, but with, I don't know how familiar you are with Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, but on that show, if you get one question wrong, you're out, you're done. So you have what's called lifelines. If you don't know the answer, you can get some help. They are phone a friend, where you can spend 30 seconds on the phone talking to someone. 50-50, where you randomly eliminate 2 wrong answers. And ask the audience, where you poll the question to the audience. So in order to maximize engagement with the SciTube chat, you could just replace all of those lifelines with just 3 instances of Ask the Audience.
Oh yeah.
Also, I really like the Ask the Audience music, so I'd want to just have an excuse to play it as many times as possible. Who Wants to Be a Millionaire is actually one of the very first quiz shows that I watched. I was fairly young, so I was more enthralled by the music and the flashing blue lights of it rather than the actual questions themselves. But,
that was the same for me.
It's a very well-designed show, quiz show, actually. Like, the high stakes, especially the music. I love the music of it. Anyway, were you here, Synthbot? I think Gothic was here for most of them, but I've got a bunch of other questions if Synthbot wants to have a go. Got the rest. Because I'm not sure. I'm not sure how many of these you haven't seen any of them.
No, I've seen none of them.
Okay. So some of these are easier, some of these are harder. But I've gone for making most of them more difficult, because the more difficult questions tend to be more interesting. Okay. Here we go, then.
I get all of these wrong.
Right, best of luck. So, for reference, this is another one that I would consider to be a high-tier question. Here we go. Who was Applejack's opponent in the final round of the first Miss MLP pageant of 2019? Derpy, Trixie, Milky Way, or Twilight Sparkle?
Boy. Okay, I'm pretty sure it was not Twilight. And then Twilight's gonna call me a dumbass for that, but let's see. So it's the first one. I suspect it was not Milky Way. But I'm not sure about that. I'm gonna... Okay, Derpy is by far the most obvious answer, which I'm not going to go with because he... Oh, this is the first one. Okay. I'm gonna take advantage of the meta information here from the fact that you said that it was one of the harder ones.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see, and I'm gonna rule out Derpy because of that.
Okay.
It's Trixie, Twilight, Milky Way. I'm pretty sure it was not Twilight.
So do you remember who won?
Oh.
But you don't remember who won the first pageant?
Don't know. Okay, I'm gonna go with Trixie B.
Okay, final answer.
Final answer. Oh, who was it?
It was Twilight.
Oh, it's fitting that I tell Twilight that it was not Twilight. He needs an angrier face on this one. Kidding, she won the first one.
No, I don't think Twilight's actually won any of them. The second one was won by Rainbow. And then... Oh, who was this year? Fuck, I've completely forgotten.
This year was Lyra, wasn't it?
I don't think so. Or was it?
Last year was the Snow Pity Mares.
Yes. I mean, the Snow Ponies did quite well. Okay. Anyway, I'll give you a slightly... This one's easier. And I put it on the wrong fucking screen because I'm a dumb.
Don't say it's easier right before I get it wrong.
What did I do?
Is there music here as well? Am I missing music by not listening to YouTube?
Yeah, you're missing music. There we go. You're missing everything right now because I put it on the wrong screen because I'm a dumbass, but here we go. Alright. Best of luck once again. Here we go. Hopefully I've selected the right one. Rainbow Dash's tough mare reputation was crushed when Gabby Gums published a photo of her receiving a hoofacure, playing dress up, getting her mane styled, or hugging
It's
Tank?
A.
It's A?
You need to read the rest.
You sound quite confident.
Yeah, it's A.
Final answer?
I'm confident. My answer.
Okay. You're right to be confident.
Hey.
Well done.
That one was very easy. Okay, I'm glad I got at least one right.
Right, let's see if you can keep that up. How many more do I have? I think I have one or two more. I have one more. Okay. Right, one more. Fucking hell, I keep grabbing the... I've got too many fucking tabs, I grabbed the wrong one. Here we go. I need to...
every now and then when I
need to swap these over and over again each time, because there's a million other slides in between it, and if I flick through them, I'll reveal the answers.
Actually, so the way I address that problem on my side is I just open a bunch of windows. So right now I have 4 windows effectively on the foreground. One is your stream. The second one is your stream on the side tube. The third one is all our presentations, and the fourth one is the thread.
I see.
So after this, I'm just going to merge all those back into a single thing so I can manage the windows more easily.
Okay, well, gotta answer the question.
Yeah, I have like a million tabs open as well.
Yep, I've got too many. I'll need to clean this up. Anyway, here we go. Last question that I have prepared. Referring to Pinkie scents, which of these tells you that you should prepare a bath? Flopping ears, itchy back, pinchy knee, twitchy tail.
Definitely not D. So it's A, B, or C. The floppy ears, I think, was opening doors, wasn't it?
I don't know, it wasn't.
No. I think it was. I think floppy ears was opening doors. So it's B or C. I don't remember itchy back. Oh, itchy back might have been one.
Right. Can you remember?
Go with C, pinchy knee.
Okay.
What was that?
I was just saying, trying to prompt you. Can you remember what any of A, B, or C actually was? To try and narrow it down a bit.
Thought floppy ears was opening doors, and twitchy tails is something's gonna fall. Itchy back, I don't remember what that one was. I remember part of there's an alligator in the tub, but that one's not on this. Pinchy knee. I know pinchy knee was one of them. I just don't remember what it was, so I'm gonna go with pinchy knee.
Okay, pinchy knee it is. No. It is flopping ears.
Flopping ears.
So, flopping ears... Opening doors is a combo. I don't remember the exact combo, but I can tell you it was a combo. Itchy back means there's an alligator in the tub. Pinchy knee means it's her lucky day. Twitchy tail, we all know what twitchy tail is. Flopping ears means...
But alligator in the tub was a combo.
Nope, itchy back.
Interesting. Okay.
Okay. Yep, those are all the ones that I have prepared.
I get this stupid idea every time I listen to some lyrical music, where you take the song literally as if it's like a publication, like they discovered something and now they're publishing it in the form of these lyrics, and then you set up a bunch of questions like what is this finding, and then the answer is effectively that lyric in that song. So it's this stupid thought I have every time I listen to lyrical pony music now that I need to get out of my head somehow.
So in terms of, it's very nice. On the subject of the way you think about things, there's a new quiz show going on in the UK right now that I've actually got quite into. It's on ITV. Maybe you can find it on YouTube or something. It's called the 1% Club. And what they do is they have a bunch of questions that they ask the British public, and they use that data to inform roughly what percentage of average people would get a certain question right or wrong. And they go like, oh, here's your first question, and according to our survey, 90% of people know this question, so it should be easy. And then it gradually goes down and down and down until you get to the final people who... Oh yeah, the studio, they start with 100 people, and anyone who gets it wrong is eliminated, and it goes down until there's one person left who answers the 1% question and wins a bunch of money. But all of these questions, they're not general knowledge questions. They're all logic puzzles. They're all designed to trick you in ways that that you wouldn't. So they're either word puzzles, they're ways that you perceive information. I don't know if it's on YouTube or anything, but if you're interested in like logic puzzles as a certain thing, I would recommend having a look at the 1% Club. It also has some really catchy music.
Yeah, I see it on YouTube, so I can let me make sure I can actually click through it. Yeah, okay, it's on YouTube.
Okay,
sounds pretty cool.
Right. Also, one interesting revelation I've just come across. So I've been constantly bitching about people not being able to find the live chat. I think it may be the case that when they actually come in here for the first time, they don't actually see the first post that I make.
And that's said pretty easily.
So I don't know how I fix it, if I just have the link on the screen at all times. So maybe I was somewhat wrong for bitching at people for not knowing, but I don't know if there's a way to fix that.
I guess you could like once every hour or half an hour, you can just like remind people like, hey, go to this link.
I'm pretty sure you can have like bots in the chat, for example, made by
correct. By the way, I cannot see the first link.
Okay.
Put it in the description.
Okay.
Or maybe the first comment.
Yeah, so basically I was putting the link to the chat as the first thing on here, because who the fuck ever reads the video description, honestly? Or even looks at the comments. Hazy sees it upon joining? Interesting. Well, basically, I've refreshed the page and I only see this one person who's saying I can't see it, and I can't see it, and I know I posted it. So that tells me that this isn't reliable.
Is there a way to like pin the comment from yourself?
I
know you can like
pin message.
Message
pinned. Okay, now if I refresh the page. Yes. Okay.
Yeah, that's good, but not sure if it's something that can be done automatically.
Well, I always make the first post. I always post, or was always posting that at the start before doing anything, and then assuming, apparently wrongly, that would stay there and be the first thing that everyone sees when they come in. But apparently that assumption was wrong, so pinning it in the chat is probably the right way to go, because the suggestion of putting it in the video description, I mean, well, part of it is who the fuck reads the video description? So someone new coming into the stream won't know that there's a link to go and find in the description. I mean, I can put it in the description, that's fine, but without some sort of message in the place where people are actually likely to look, they wouldn't know. And I don't want to have, I'd rather not have like something constantly taking up the screen saying, hey dumbass, come to this link, that sort of thing. Anyway, I think that's enough admin talk. I've apparently found the solution anyway. Like just pinning the message at the start should solve it. So anyone who's in the YouTube chat who's listening and has been called a dumbass by me previously, I apologize, because I had good reason to think you were a dumbass, but apparently you're not. Apparently it's YouTube not showing you the full message history. So I will fix that from now on. Okay, plans going forward. Tomorrow, I think I'll do a content stream, like just making animation. I'm thinking just alternating these, like one day PPP panel, one day animating, and I'll just alternate that until the animating is done. And then it's full focus on PPP, because I do... the deadline just I say, I'll have it done by this time, and then it just goes pushing back, because animating is hell. Okay.
The plan to have it by the panel.
Yes, I think that I can do that. I've got most of it done. I've got effectively one scene left to do. That scene probably going to be 3 or so minutes, 3 to 4 minutes thereabouts. So it'll be a longer one. It'll probably take about 2 weeks at normal pace, but I've learned to not try and predict how long animating something's going to take, because it's always longer, because animating is hell. And okay. But I think it is reasonable to say I'll have it done by the time of SashMLPCon. There was very briefly another SashMLPCon planning thread. I think it was today, but it lasted about 10 posts before sliding off the bump limit. Basically, the purpose of that was just to inform everyone that Sean Keller is doing another panel, and 2 panels actually. One is watching and reacting to fan-made animations, and I want to see if I can get my quote-unquote animating on it. I don't know if it'll be interesting enough, but it'll be there. And the second one is he talks about animating and getting started in animating, which might actually be a useful thing for Synthbot to watch for the animating dataset. No, Spec is only... It was voted that Spec will only host the one interview, and he would have a Tard Wrangler, which I think is perfectly fine. I mean, we all saw what happened when he was let off the leash last year, and I don't want to repeat of that.
I think he was not cognizant at the time. He's probably a bit more cognizant now.
I would like to think so, but I don't know him well enough to make any sort of judgment. I mean, at least this year he has a chance to redeem himself. Okay. So here's the plan then. Tomorrow I'll do another stream at the normal time, and it will be animating. And then we'll do a 1 day on, 1 day off PPP work. All of this I'll post in the thread. And I'm going to see if I can get BGM's attention to give Gothic admin access on the SciTube channel. That way he can use his YouTube channel for streaming whenever I happen to not be around, but there's work to do.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to ask BGM to give me like a quick rundown how to use the site.
It's not hard. At least the stuff that I've worked on. Once you've got your YouTube stream running up, you just post the link in the queue, and then it runs automatically.
That sounds simple enough.
Yep. There's probably a bunch of other tools, but I don't need any of that, so I don't bother. Okay. I think that'll do us. So I will write an update in the thread that'll include links to everything. So nothing much of substance has happened. We've just come up with a list of stuff to cover, and then over the coming days this will be further fleshed out. I think that's a fair enough.
That's actually quite a lot of work.
There was a lot of work done, but there was a lot of work done. There was a lot of discussion had, but a lot of it isn't stuff I don't think is relevant to write out. And also the thread, I'm assuming anyone who doesn't go in depth looking at all of the links either doesn't want spoilers or doesn't care all that much. So it's going to be fairly abridged for. So basically,
I'm thinking of like just putting up like a YouTube. How do you call it? Like all of those like links together to just like link them up in like one single thing.
You can
playlist.
Yes.
Yeah, like make a playlist of like.
Yep, I was planning on doing that. So anything that contains PPP planning, I can create a playlist for that, and we can add whatever videos from whatever channels stream it to the playlist. That way, anyone who wants to see absolutely everything can go through absolutely everything. Anyone who wants to scrape the entire thing for our voices to train models can do that as well. Okay. So I think that'll cover us for now. Anything else you want to add before we head off? Briefly.
No, I think we are done. We're just gonna need to crack it on tomorrow, and wherever we have time.
Yep. So I'm gonna say you don't have to wait until the stream is running in order to do something. I mean, the majority of the work I think should happen on the stream, so everyone can see what's going on if they are that way inclined. But you needn't wait for me or the stream to actually do something, especially if it's minor. Doubly, especially if we can get you, Gothic, on the side tube, so you don't have to rely on me to be streaming. For reference, if you and I happen to be streaming at the same time, like you're doing PPP stuff, I'm doing animation, PPP panel takes priority. So feel free to kick me off anytime you want. So,
yeah, of course.
So if I'm using it and you say, "Hey, Clipper, I'm doing PPP stuff," fine. I won't be offended. Just kick me off.
I'm probably gonna do some stuff in the morning, so it's like in the evening I can just be here and just dick around in the chat like I usually do.
Okay, so good. Simple, anything from you, son?
I think that sounds good. So I'll just coordinate with Gothic and you for the next session, probably in a couple days.
Yeah. So the broad plan is to do same time on Thursday, but if Gothic wants to do another one tomorrow with you, that's also fine. Okay.
Probably not tomorrow because I'll want to do stuff on my own tomorrow. Wednesday, if you want to meet up, Gothic, that works for me. Otherwise, let's just wait until Thursday.
All right, sounds good.
Yeah, fair enough. I do have like some my own plan as well, so. But at the same time, I'm quite flexible when it comes to like this kind of like stuff. Unless I am not, so I'm gonna like send you a message when I'm not.
Nice. So, I'm probably not gonna get to the Cobalt stuff before Thursday. So I'm not gonna have much to, and I think that's the main section that we're doing together. So I guess that plus the programming one. If you want to discuss stuff about the programming one to see maybe how we can hype the topics that you want to cover, then I'm fine to meet for that. Probably on Wednesday if you want. But otherwise, let's wait until Thursday.
Yeah, sure, no problem.
Alrighty then.
See you guys in a few days.
Oh, Snoopy, Anon is in the chat.
Yes,
oh wow,
I know.
nice. Welcome back.
I just noticed.
Yeah, he's been there a while. Actually, not a while. He's been there for like 10 minutes or something. Yeah, anyway. Alright, sounds good. I will see you on Thursday, and maybe you'll stream on Wednesday if we can get you sorted out and you have something to do. I will write an update for the thread. Okay?
All right.
Alright. See you later then. Have a good one. Bye-bye.